Chapter 21 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Virly. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 21. The Great Pittsburg Strike. The Great Pittsburg Strike. Thrilling scenes during the riots. Attack on the state militia. Sensational arrest of one of the riot leaders. In July 1877, during the railroad strike on the Pennsylvania Railroad at Pittsburg, Pennsylvania, a riot was in progress on Sunday, the 21st, which had started on the day previous. The rioters were led by the loosest characters in and about Pittsburg. A great many of them were rolling mill employees and miners from mines and mills adjacent to Pittsburg, who were in sympathy with the railway employees who had gone out upon a strike on all the lines operated by the Pennsylvania Company. All of these lines were tied up. Not a car or locomotive had been moved for several days prior to the breaking out of the riot. The police force of Pittsburg was disorganized, many of them being in sympathy with the strikers. The railroad company's officers then applied to the sheriff of Allegheny County. The sheriff, being unable to cope with the rioters or to protect the company's property, called up Governor Hartranft, then governor of Pennsylvania. The state militia of Pennsylvania was ordered to Pittsburg and placed under the command of General Nagley. Many of the militia were in sympathy with the strikers and laid down their arms and joined the rioters, whereupon the governor ordered reinforcements from Philadelphia. The reinforcements consisted of 2 regiments, the 1st and 2nd regiments of state militia. They arrived in Pittsburg on Saturday afternoon, July 20th, from Philadelphia, and were in charge of Brigadier General Brinton. These men left the passenger coaches at Union Station at Pittsburg and were marched north to the railroad yards, which were full of freight and passenger cars, up to 28th Street. At 28th Street, there was a mob from 8,000 to 10,000 men, armed with guns, pistols, and clubs, who closed in on the Philadelphia troops, opening fire upon them and disarming a number of them with their own overwhelming force. These troops displayed great coolness and nerve under the circumstances, but the numbers were so overwhelming against them that they were forced to take refuge in the Pennsylvania Railroad Company's roundhouse at 28th Street. Here they held the position until a late hour Saturday night. In the meantime, the rioters had found a number of carloads of crude petroleum oil, which were on a side track north of the company's roundhouse, where the soldiers had taken refuge. The roundhouse being on a lower spot of ground than the main grade of the yards, the track where these cars were standing formed a downgrade, running directly into the roundhouse. The mob released the brakes on 2 of the cars filled with oil, there being a number among them who knew just how to operate the cars and switches. These cars were turned loose down the grade, were set on fire, and ran into the roundhouse, where the oil exploded, thereby setting fire to the roundhouse, and the troops who had taken refuge there were compelled to flee for their lives, although they retreated in fairly good order. Their line of retreat was through a portion of Pittsburg then known as Pipetown. The troops were assaulted from windows and roofs of houses with bricks, guns, and pistols. Many of them were maimed and wounded. Thus they found their way to the Sharpsburg Bridge, which crossed the Allegheny River north of Pittsburg. The remainder of the Philadelphia troops formed a camp on the hills just outside of Sharpsburg on Sunday morning, where they remained until a sufficient number of reinforcements had assembled in Pittsburg to control the situation, when the Philadelphians were again ordered back to Pittsburg. Here they remained with the other troops until the trouble was over. In the meantime, on Saturday night, after the annihilation of the Philadelphia troops, the rioters went through the business portion of Pittsburg, breaking into hardware stores, pawn shops, and in fact any other establishment they were liable to find firearms or ammunition. A reign of terror existed in Pittsburg from the fatal Saturday until late Sunday evening. During the forenoon of Sunday, the rioters turned their attention to the other cars in the railroad yards. The rioters saw men and women breaking into cars, and in many instances saw them leaving the yards. Some instances they would have a bolt of silk, fine laces, or other fine dress goods in their arms, with possibly a ham or side of bacon on top. They, being heavily laden with this loot, would attempt to climb the abrupt bluffs which bordered the railroad yards on the east side, would lose their foothold on the steep bluffs, and come tumbling down, and women and men, bacon and silk, would be found in a heap at the bottom. About 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, the mob found a carload of tinware in the yards, and about the same time they also discovered 2 carloads of liquor nearby. They at once captured all of the tin cups and other vessels that would hold liquor from the carload of tinware. They also dumped out the barrels of liquor on the ground, turned the head up, and used coupling links to knock the head out of the barrels. They then helped themselves to the liquor with the tin vessels which they had taken from the carload. The liquor consisted of brandy, whiskey, and other strong liquors. Having been engaged in rioting the night before, probably not having stopped long enough to get any breakfast, they drank this liquor like thirsty people, and were soon overcome with the effects of it. In a short space of time, the more violent of the mob fell by the wayside, stupefied with the overdose of liquor. The citizens, learning of the general drunk, got together all sorts of wagons, carts, and other vehicles that could be found and commenced to gather up these drunken people, who were utterly helpless, and conveyed them to the jail and lockups. These places were filled with them in a short time. In fact, this was the first and only time in which the excessive use of strong drink was instrumental in quieting one of the most desperate and destructive riots ever engaged in Pittsburg, or any other city. At about 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, a man by the name of James Boyd, who hailed from Mansfield, Pennsylvania, which is a small place about 7 miles from Pittsburg, at which place his father kept a hotel, or what was called in those days, a tavern. James Boyd had been in Pittsburg a short time prior to the time of the railroad strike, working as a barkeeper for Charlie Duclaux, whose place of business was directly across from the Union Station at Pittsburg. With a number of others, was seen by the writer to roll a barrel of refined petroleum oil into the waiting room of the Union Station. There he turned the barrel up on end and knocked out the head, then turned the barrel down again, letting the oil run all over the floor of the waiting room. He then took a handful of waste that he had secured from one of the engines, set fire to it, and threw it into the oil on the floor, which ignited instantly, enveloping the entire inside of the Union Station in flames. The writer witnessed this, and the direction taken by Mr. Boyd. That evening, Boyd, with others, set fire to a large grain elevator, which was situated just south of the Union Station at that time. The roundhouse and general offices of what was known as the Panhandle Railroad were also burned in the same manner. All this occurred on Sunday, and before the carloads of tinware and liquor had been discovered and the general drunk had occurred. Boyd left Pittsburg Sunday evening, after the citizens had summoned courage and had begun to gather up the drunken rioters, as before mentioned. He hurried to Mansfield to his father's house. The writer quietly followed him to Mansfield, and after locating him at that place, returned to Pittsburg. After things had quieted down, and martial law was being rigidly enforced, the following Wednesday I went to a livery stable, where I hired a pair of horses and a light spring wagon, with top and side curtains, which would readily be taken for a countryman's huckster wagon, with a seat in front and also a seat in the middle of the wagon. The side curtains were drawn down. I called upon Sol Coulson, who was a roundsman, or what is now called a sergeant of police. He was big, strong, and courageous. I told him that I had Boyd located and proposed to go down to Mansfield and arrest him on a charge of arson, as I had witnessed the actions on the Sunday previous. I will say here that at that time I was special agent for the Allegheny Valley Railroad, which is now a part of the Pennsylvania system, as it was at that time, but operated separately from the other Pennsylvania lines. I also told Coulson that many of the parties who had taken part in the riots belong in and around Mansfield, which is now known as Carnegie, and that they would, doubtless, be making their headquarters at the Boyd Hotel. Whereupon Coulson said that he would be glad to go with me to assist in the arrest, but that we ought to have another man with us, and he suggested a policeman by the name of John Moran. We found Moran. Both Coulson and Moran were dressed in citizens' clothes. We placed Moran on the rear seat of the vehicle, Coulson occupying the front seat with me, and I did the driving. It was raining when we left Pittsburg, it being about 11 o'clock on the Wednesday. We drove down to Mansfield, a distance of 7 miles, and located on the bank of a creek. In going from Pittsburg to Mansfield, the ground is rolling and hilly, and near Mansfield we came to the top of a hill, which is at least a mile long, and quite a steep grade from the top of the hill all the way into Mansfield. The road being fairly straight, we could see a large crowd of men assembled in front of and near the Boyd Tavern. As we neared the crowd, I recognized many whom I had seen rioting in Pittsburg on the Saturday and Sunday before. They were apparently prolonging the spree that they had begun in that city, whooping, hollering, wrestling, and fighting. They were a motley crowd, and in fact what might be called a dangerous-looking crowd. We drove up to within 100 feet of the front of the Boyd Tavern. Right here I want to say that Moran, the patrolman we had brought with us, was not occupying the rear seat in the wagon. He had been on duty continuously since the beginning of the trouble, and was without doubt much fatigued. When we had gotten almost to Mansfield, I heard a thud in the rear of the wagon. Turning around, I noticed that Moran had gotten down from the seat he had been occupying, and was lying on the bottom of the wagon. Coulson thought that he was exhausted, and had fallen from the seat. I went to arouse him, and to my surprise found a pint bottle which had been filled with whiskey. Moran had this bottle of whiskey with him, and had doubtlessly drank copiously of the contents. He was dead drunk. But on account of our close proximity to Mansfield at the time of this discovery, it was too late for either Coulson or myself to change our plans. So we drove up to the place before mentioned, and leaving Coulson, after turning the team around and facing them towards Pittsburg, I went into the Boyd Tavern to reconnoiter. In the bar room, I found men standing at the bar 3 and 4 deep, and trying to elbow up to get drinks. Old man Boyd, Jim's father, Jim himself, and 2 other barkeepers, sleeves rolled up and perspiring. You will remember this was in July. Were serving cheap whiskey as rapidly as possible. I elbowed my way up to one corner of the bar where Jim Boyd was working. I caught his eye and said to him in an undertone that I had a friend in my wagon just outside in front of the house who had been suddenly stricken with the cramp colic, and asked him if he would kindly fix me up a good big drink of brandy and Jamaica ginger, and that I would appreciate it very much if he would. I handed him a $2 note, telling him to keep the change. He placed the $2 note in his white vest pocket and good-naturedly said, "I will fix something warm and bring it out right away." He fixed up a drink, and in the meantime I went back to the wagon, and as the curtains were all buttoned down, of course Moran was out of sight. Returning to the wagon, I hurriedly told Coulson that when this man came out with the drink, I would be busily engaged fixing the harness, and I would tell him, Boyd, that the sick friend was in the wagon. When Boyd came out, I told him to hand the drink to Coulson. Coulson told him our friend was in the bottom of the wagon, whereupon Boyd raised himself up on the front wheel to see the sufferer. Coulson caught him by the collar, and I boosted him by the heels into the wagon at the same time. Coulson released his hold on the reins, and I had hard work to grab the front end of the wagon, but somehow managed to land on the front seat. Coulson had fallen into the wagon with Boyd, and he let the reins go down between the horses. By the time I got on the wagon, the horses were running away at full speed towards Pittsburg, right through the crowd that was standing around the tavern. In the meantime, the drunken rioters on the outside, thinking the team was running away, started in pursuit. It was all the way uphill, therefore I had but very little trouble slowing the team down to a natural pace as soon as they became winded. As the team started, old man Boyd and some of the other soberer spectators had noticed Boyd being pulled into the wagon, and immediately procured horses and started in pursuit. Our team being winded on account of the steep grade, the men on horseback were gaining on us rapidly. All this time Coulson was holding Boyd down on top of Moran, and Boyd was making a desperate fight. He was a wiry young fellow, although no match for Coulson. However, it was just about all Coulson could do to keep him in the wagon. The rider had to do the driving and look after the team, and was not prepared to engage with the pursuers, who were armed with pistols and guns. But fortunately, by the time we had reached the grade, half a mile up the hill, one of those terrible Pennsylvania thunder showers burst forth with wind and rain, and it struck us fair in the face. In fact, with such force that our horses stopped and would hardly go against the storm. Of course, when this storm struck us, it also struck our pursuers, compelling them to go back. The result was that we arrived in Pittsburg in due time with our prisoner and lodged him in jail. Moran had never once become cognizant of what had happened, and was still in oblivion when Coulson and I delivered him to his wife in Pittsburg. Coulson was Moran's superior in rank, but in view of the fact that Moran had always been faithful, and was overcome by fatigue through overwork during the several days and nights preceding the occurrence just related, did not prefer charges against him. Moran sobered up, and did many years of good service in the police force afterwards. This, I think, was one of the most exciting arrests I ever participated in. Boyd was tried in the courts of Pittsburg in due time, and was sentenced to the penitentiary for 14 years. The Pennsylvania Railroad Company brought suit against the county of Allegheny and the city of Pittsburg for damages to their property sustained during the riots in Pittsburg. This case was later tried in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, and the railroad company was awarded a judgment against the county of Allegheny and the city of Pittsburg for $2 million damages. The railroad company, needing ready cash at the time, sold this judgment of $2 million to a syndicate, which consisted of W.M.H. Thaw of Pittsburg and 9 other representative men of Pittsburg for $1,600,000 ready cash. The city of Pittsburg and county of Allegheny then issued bonds for the $2 million judgment. These bonds were to mature in 20 years, with legal interest payable annually, so that the purchaser of these bonds made $400,000 net on the purchase, as well as the interest on the bonds, all of which has long since been paid by the taxpayers of the county of Allegheny and the city of Pittsburg. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Ian Virly.
Chapter 22 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 22. Murder of Conductor Frazier. A terrier beats a pack of bloodhounds on a man's trail. Arrest and conviction of a pair of really bad Texans for the crime. In 1885, an attempt was made by 2 masked men to hold up the passenger train on the International and Great Northern Railroad at a point south of Overton, Texas. It was in the month of February and about midnight, and the weather was quite cold, and the ground covered with about 2 inches of snow and sleet in the vicinity of Overton. The train, bound south from Longview to Galveston and San Antonio on that night, was in charge of Conductor Frazier. When this train was about to pull off out of the small station of Overton, the colored porter, whose duty it was to see that no tramps or other intruders boarded the train when leaving stations, noticed 2 men climb upon what is known as the blind end of the baggage car from the north side and the opposite side of the train from the station. The porter, upon seeing the men, boarded the baggage car at its rear end, and as the baggage cars of that period all had doors at each end, he entered the car by the rear door and opened the front door from the inside, he having a key. The train had not got fully under headway as yet. He peered out and ordered the tramps, as he supposed them to be, to get off the train, whereupon the men, who were on the front platform of the car, turned upon him, each of them holding 2 large Colt revolvers. He then noticed that they were wearing masks, and it is needless to say that he was frightened. Slamming the door shut, he fastened it and rushed back into the car, where he met Conductor Frazier and informed him that there were 2 tramps on the front end of the baggage car whom he had ordered off, but that they had refused to leave and had pointed guns at him. He did not tell the conductor that the men were wearing masks. The conductor, believing them to be merely tramps who had gotten onto the car for the purpose of stealing a ride, and the night being very cold for that section of the country, he concluded that he would go and bring these men into the smoking car, carry them to the next station, and there put them off. They would be more comfortable in the smoking car than out on the front platform. He went to the front end of the car, accompanied by a brakeman by the name of Powers. Frazier opened the front door, and the men on the outside immediately opened fire on him. He fell forward dead, and his body rolled off the train into the ditch. They now caught sight of Powers, the brakeman, who was behind the conductor, but as soon as the firing commenced, he, Powers, turned to run back into the coaches. They shot him in the body, wounding him seriously. The affair was promptly reported by telegram to the Vice President and General Manager, Mr. Hoxie, whose headquarters were in St. Louis, Missouri. On receipt of this report, Mr. Hoxie notified me at once, instructing me to proceed upon the first train to Overton and investigate the case. I left St. Louis early the morning following the holdup, arriving at Overton 18 hours later. Here I learned, in addition to the facts before mentioned, that there was a northbound passenger train from Galveston that night. There was a water tank about 3 miles south of Overton. This northbound train was to meet and pass Conductor Frazier's train at the water tank, and the masked men, who later proved to be John Knight and John Price, intended to steal a ride on the southbound train to the water tank, and there to board the northbound train from Galveston, hold it up and rob it between the water tank and Overton. But owing to the fact that they had been discovered on the southbound train as it was pulling out of Overton, and that they had shot and killed Conductor Frazier and wounded Powers, they left the train, and taking a circuitous route, made their way back to their homes in the little town of Overton. Owing to the coating of snow on the ground, they were easily traced to Overton. Of course, when they reached the main street, their tracks were lost among the numerous other tracks there. Having learned all this, I concluded that these men were residents of Overton, and not tramps. I therefore went on with my investigation, which consumed about 2 days of my time. In the meantime, as soon as it became known that Conductor Frazier had been murdered, a special train was sent from Marshall, Texas, to Overton, with a pack of bloodhounds, which were owned and kept by the Texas and Pacific Railroad Company, and were in charge of a man by the name of Munden, who accompanied the dogs everywhere they went. Munden had a posse of several men with him, and at Overton their numbers were augmented by the citizens of that place. The dogs were taken to the spot where the masked men had left the train, which was about 1.5 miles south of Overton. Here the dogs went upon the tracks and followed them in a circuitous route to Overton, where the dogs became more or less confused by the large number of tracks they found on the street. However, there was one old dog in the pack called Lee. Lee finally scented a track in the street, began bellowing, and continued until he arrived at a high picket fence which surrounded the home of John Price. The dogs were being followed by a large crowd, and when the dogs arrived at the fence, which was too high for them to jump over, old Lee kept up his howling until Munden silenced him. The dogs were then taken back to the spot at which Lee had scented the first track that led him to the home of Price, where after a lot of barking and capering on the part of the dogs, old Lee scented another track which he followed to the house of John Knight. Knight and Price were brothers-in-law, and both of them were among the crowd who were following the dogs, and by reason of their presence the crowd burst into jeers and laughter when the dogs led them to the houses mentioned. Again the dogs were taken away and put on other tracks, which led them out into the country. While this was being done, and the dogs were being followed over the country by nearly every man and boy in Overton, I was quietly making the investigations, the result of which I had been told before. I really feared that the dogs were liable to locate some poor unfortunate, but innocent person, who would be more than likely to be subjected by the mob to violent treatment. So I went to Palestine, which is a division and headquarters of the International and Great Northern Railroad. Palestine is about 40 miles south of Overton. Here I found the colored porter, who was a light and rather handsome mulatto. He wore short sideburns and a mustache, of which he took great care. He had previously stated that he would be able to pick out the men whom he had seen board the train at Overton, and who had killed Frazier on sight, providing they were wearing the same clothing that they had worn on the night of the tragedy. Meanwhile, I had telegraphed to St. Louis for Mike McCabe, one of my men, and McCabe had arrived at Palestine in the same train that I was on. I took the porter, whose name was Davis, to a colored barber shop in Palestine, where I had the barber shave off his sideburns and elegant mustache, to which Davis protested vigorously. I then had Davis don the suit of a common field hand and a soft hat, such as are usually worn by colored field hands in that section. After I had gotten Davis shaved and decked up in his new outfit, the change in his appearance was so great that I am satisfied his own mother would not have recognized him. I then placed him in charge of my man McCabe, who was unknown in that part of the country. I instructed McCabe to take the first train the following morning for Palestine to the water tank before mentioned, near Overton, and there Davis and himself were to leave the train and walk from there into Overton, and there to go around the town and look carefully over every person that came in contact with them. In case Davis could recognize one or both of them, he was to quietly inform McCabe, and McCabe was to report to me at once. This program was carried out. In the meantime, I had arrived at Overton before McCabe and Davis, and watched and waited for developments from them. A short time after McCabe and Davis arrived, they were passing a blacksmith shop when Davis, the colored man, noticed and recognized John Price, who was in the blacksmith shop, had on an apron, and was shoeing a horse at that time. Davis instantly recognized him as one of the men from the opposite side of the street. It was then near noon, and the bloodhounds and the mob following them were seen coming down the hill into town, evidently for their dinner. Davis caught sight of and recognized John Knight among the front rank of the mob following the dogs. This fact McCabe promptly communicated to me. I then instructed McCabe to send Davis back to Palestine, and to instruct him to await there for further orders from me. Powers, the wounded brakeman, had been taken to the railroad hospital at Fort Worth, Texas, where he was supposed to be lingering between life and death from the wounds he had received. I had been informed that Powers could also identify the men who had assailed him, as Davis had identified Knight and Price, and his identification of them being corroborated by strong circumstances, I concluded to arrest Price and Knight and immediately take them to Fort Worth, so that Powers might have an opportunity of seeing them. I therefore telegraphed from Overton to Major Joseph Marin, General Superintendent of the International and Great Northern Railroad, and located at Palestine. We had a cipher code. I requested Major Marin to send a special engine with a coach to Overton that night, and to arrive at about 11 o'clock, which would be after the citizens had retired. I also asked him to send my man McCabe to me with this special train. Major Marin replied that he would comply with my request, and that he would come himself and bring another man with him if I desired. I asked him whom he proposed to bring. He wired back that he would bring Christopher Rogers, who at that time was city marshal of Palestine, a position he had held for a number of years, and he was a terror to the evildoers of the community, having killed no less than 7 or 8 men during his term of office. I wired the major OK, requesting him to instruct his engineer to approach the station at Overton quietly and without ringing his bell or blowing his whistle. The train arrived at 11 o'clock, bearing Major Marin, Chris Rogers, and McCabe. I met them, and we at once went to the house of John Knight, where I rapped for remission. My knock was answered by John Knight himself, whom we quickly seized. Cautioning him to keep quiet, which he did, we then proceeded to the house of his brother-in-law, Price. Here we expected to have some trouble, as Price bore a very bad reputation, he having been mixed up in a number of shooting scrapes, and was considered by the people of Overton the bad man of the community. Arriving at the Price house, I sent McCabe, who, by the way, was not a very large man, but thoroughly game, to the back of the house, while Rogers and myself went to the front door, rapped for remission, and were promptly answered by a man's voice from within, asking who was there and what was wanted. I stated that we were officers of the law and had a warrant for his arrest. I admitted to say that I had obtained warrants for both Price and Knight, charging them with the murder of Conductor Frazier. Price replied that if we were officers we might call in the morning after he had his breakfast, and that if he felt like going with us he would do so, but that if he did not feel like going he would probably not go. Price lived in a small one-story cottage or shanty, and at one end of the sleeping room there was a large fireplace, in which there was a large fire burning, which heated and at the same time illuminated the room. This fireplace was built up against the outside of the house, and there was a crack extending along the chimney probably 1/2 inch wide. By looking through this crack, and by the light of the fire, A good view was to be had of the interior of the sleeping room. The bed was standing directly in front of the fireplace and facing it. Over the head of the bed was a shelf extending along the partition, and upon this shelf Price kept a Winchester rifle within his reach as he was lying in bed. When Price made the above reply, I left Rogers at the door and went to the crack near the chimney, where I got a view of the inside of the room, as above described. I saw Price sitting up in bed with his Winchester in his hand. While he was still talking, I went back to the door and hurriedly told Rogers of conditions on the inside. Whereupon Rogers said, "Price, your house is surrounded, and you had better put that Winchester you have in your hands back on the shelf. Come to this door and open it at once, or let your wife and babies come out before we set fire to the place and burn you out. You have been bluffing the people of Overton, but you cannot bluff us. We are officers, and if you come to the door and surrender, we will protect you. If you do not, we will get you, if we have to burn you out." His wife pleaded with him to open the door, which he did. We took our prisoners to the special car and immediately started for Fort Worth, arriving there late that evening. We went to the railroad hospital, where I arranged with the surgeon in charge to have Powers brought out of his room, which was small, and placed in a larger room. We then had a party of probably 25 or 35 railroad men and other men who lived near the hospital file into the room and form a semicircle around Powers' cot. He was placed so that by merely turning his head he could have a good view of the people who were lined up in single file, forming the circle before described. Knight was standing in the center, near one end of the line, and Price was stationed in the line about midway between the center and the other end of the line. Their dress and general appearance was very similar to many of the others present. After everything was arranged, the doctor in charge told Powers to look over the line and see if he could recognize any persons there. Powers at once pointed his finger at Price and said, "That is one of the men who was on that train." He then turned his head and looked along the line, and without hesitation pointed to Knight, saying, "There's the other." We then took Knight and Price to Tyler, Texas, where they were both locked up in default of bail, to await their trials on the charge of murder. The Knights were an old, respected family of Rusk County, Texas, and Price had married John Knight's sister a few years before the occurrence heretofore related. Colonel Spivey, a prominent criminal attorney, was employed by the defense. The railroad company employed Captain Jason Hogg and his law partner, John M. Duncan, to assist in the prosecution. In due time the day of the trial arrived, Circuit Judge McCord presiding. The defendants demanded separate trials. Colonel Spivey proposed to try Knight first for the reason that it was generally understood that Knight, being the younger man of the two, had been influenced by his brother-in-law, Price, and also that he had always borne a good reputation prior to that time. Knight's trial lasted about 2 days, when the jury returned a verdict of guilty of manslaughter. His punishment was fixed at 10 years in state prison. His counsel immediately served notice that he would apply for a new trial, and also asked the continuance of Price's trial until the next term of the court. The continuance motion was granted, and Price was released on bail. While the question of Price's bond was being arranged by the lawyer and the court, I, in company with Master of Transportation William Boyd, left the courtroom and walked out into the grounds in front of the courthouse, where we stood conversing for a few moments relative to the result of the Knight case. I had noticed a rather singular-looking young man who had been apparently following me almost continuously during the trial. He was a good-sized man, probably 30 years of age, in his short sleeves, and was wearing an extra wide-brimmed Texas hat, no collar, and had the appearance of being slightly under the influence of liquor all through the trial. He promptly followed Boyd and myself from the courthouse into the grounds, and appeared to be trying to hear our conversation. I noticed him so often that I had become accustomed to looking for him myself. I did not know him. He looked to me as if he were looking for trouble. After standing within a few feet of where Boyd and myself were talking, he approached us and said in rather a gruff manner, "Furlong, I know you, and I want to tell you all that you will never convict John Price, and I am mighty glad he is going out on a bond." I replied to him that it did not make any difference to me whether Price was ever convicted or not, that I had only done my duty in causing his arrest and having him prosecuted, that the matter was now in the hands of the court, and that whatever the court saw fit to do with Mr. Price would be satisfactory to me. He then said I was afraid that Price would have to stay in jail until the next term of court. Now that he is going to be let out on bail, I intend to kill him before that time comes. He shot my brother some time ago, in a very cowardly manner, and without any cause. My brother will die from the effects of the wound before long, and I intend to kill him. I said to him, "If I were in your place, I do not believe I would talk about what you intend to do, as you are liable to get into trouble." "Well," he said, "I'm just telling you this, and I don't propose to talk any more about it. I just want you all to know how I feel in the matter." As a matter of fact, I felt greatly relieved when this man told me what he did, as I feared that he contemplated making trouble for me. As he concluded his remarks, he extended his hand to me, and as he was departing said, "Watch out now, and remember what I have told you." About 4 or 5 weeks later, Price came out of his house. It was early in the morning, and he was standing on a platform that extended from the rear of the house, washing his face. This platform stood about 3 feet above the surface of the ground, and a man who was under the platform crawled from his concealment, and with a gun shot Price through the head. He fell dead where he stood. A party was arrested for the shooting, but there was no conviction, and up to the present time no one has been convicted for the shooting of Price. After the arrest of Knight and Price, I returned to St. Louis, Missouri, where I report in person to Mr. H.M. Hoxie, Vice President and General Manager of the Gould System. When I ordered Mr. Hoxie's office to make my report of the Knight and Price affair, the Honorable John C. Brown, then General Solicitor of the Gould Railway System, was in his office, and he remained there by invitation to listen to my report of the case. At the conclusion of my report, Mr. Hoxie turned to ex-Governor Brown and said, "Governor, this is a remarkable case, and the only case that I know of where a terrier had beaten a pack of bloodhounds on a man trail. I, being Irish, presumed that I was the terrier referred to by Mr. Hoxie in his joking but complimentary manner. All this occurred while I was Chief Special Agent for the Gould Railway System." End of chapter 22. Murder of Conductor Frazier.
Chapter 23 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 23. Fight with a Maniac. Desperate encounter with a giant blacksmith who had suddenly lost his mind and become violent. Mr. Hoffman, I believe his first name was John, was a blacksmith and about 30 years old, 6 feet in height and weighed over 200 pounds. He was a powerfully built man, quiet in demeanour and good-natured. He was employed in the blacksmith shop of Trax and Kramer, which was the largest establishment of its kind in or about Oil City, Pennsylvania. They employed a large number of mechanics and their helpers. It was a very warm morning in July, and the men were hard at work at the shop, when suddenly a big man, Hoffman, attracted the attention of his companions by his actions. He was known to them as a sober man, and his sudden and strange conduct was a great surprise to all around him. He became violent without any apparent provocation, and all in a moment. He began throwing things, hammers, tongs, and large-sized pieces of iron and steel, in fact anything he could get hold of, through the shop. His fellow workmen were unable to get to him. He began foaming at the mouth and making a noise like the muttering of thunder in the distance. In short, he had evidently become violently insane within a few moments. The City Hall was situated on the opposite side of the street, and but a short distance north of the blacksmith shop. The messenger from the shop was sent post haste for police assistance. I was the only officer there when the messenger arrived, and being the only one, I responded to the call. On reaching the shop, I found Hoffman occupying the building alone. He was standing near the centre of the shop, with a sledgehammer in one hand and a large piece of steel in the other, and apparently ready to attack any person that might appear within his range. The other occupants were all in the street and outside the door and out of his reach. A large crowd of passers-by had been attracted by the excitement and were blocking the sidewalk in front of and near the place. On taking in the situation as above described, I concluded that the only thing that could be done was to seize and overcome Hoffman as soon as possible, so as to prevent him from injuring himself or others. The question then arose as to how this giant could be overcome and subdued without injury to any one. The bystanders were all anxious to see him captured, but there was none present that appeared willing to assist. I noticed at once that Hoffman was watching the crowd and that his attention was in that direction, so I went around to the rear door and approached him from behind. Being unobserved by him, I seized him around the wrist and threw him down on the floor, but as he was like a rubber ball and strong as a lion, and perspiring as though he had been sprinkled with a hose, he soon squirmed himself out of my grasp and sprang to his feet. I again grabbed him by the legs and threw him to the floor. Although I was strong and a pretty good wrestler, I found it easy enough to throw Hoffman to the floor, but it was impossible to keep him there, he being so strong and active. He had scarcely any clothing on, and by reason of this and his perspiring so freely, he was as slippery as an eel, and I could not keep hold on him. After I had thrown him down several times, which required every ounce of strength that I possessed, I found myself becoming exhausted, and finally, in desperation, I summoned all my strength and power, and succeeded again in throwing him down, and this time I was fortunate enough to secure what the wrestlers would call the stranglehold, or neck grip on him, whereby succeeding in shutting off his wind. I then yelled to the bystanders to help me, and finally a couple of them did. With their assistance I succeeded in holding him down until another bystander brought a coil of clothesline from a grocery store which was directly across the street. I took the clothesline while the citizens who had volunteered to assist me were holding him, and commenced to wind it around his legs from his feet to his body and then his arms, fastening them so that he could not move. I then procured a wheelbarrow, patrol wagons not being known then, and placed him in it and wheeled him from the shop to the lock-up, where he was examined and pronounced violently insane. In due time he was placed in a straitjacket and taken in safety to the county institution for the insane at Sugar Creek, Pennsylvania, where he died in a few months without having recovered his mind. This, I believe, was the most desperate and dangerous position I was ever called upon to face during my whole life. The reader should remember that the blacksmith was almost a Hercules in stature and strength, and being insane, his strength really had no bounds. End of chapter 23, recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland.
Chapter 24 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexis Duclaux of the French podcast Citizen Cage. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Decoying a Bad Man. Barney Sweeney falls for a bit of strategy after killing his pal in a fake hold-up down in Indian Territory. The old Indian Territory, now the eastern portion of the state of Oklahoma, was the scene, or stage, of many daring hold-ups and brutal murders during the early days. But no crimes committed there was surrounded with more mystery than the one of which I am going to relate the particulars. On the night of September 13th, 1882, as a northbound MK&T passenger train was being moved out onto the main line from a siding about a mile north of Vinita, two men climbed onto the front platform of the smoker. Chick Warner, the conductor, espied them and opened the door. Before a word had been spoken, one of the two men shot the conductor in the cheek with a small caliber revolver, making a painful and dangerous wound. The man who is said to have done the shooting was then shot and instantly killed by his companion, his lifeless body falling across the platform of the car. The man who did the killing stepped from the train and walked back to Vinita station, where he reported to the station agent, who also represented the express company, that the train had been held up by the famous James brothers and Ed Miller. He named others who had often been mentioned as members of the Notorious James gang. He stated that his gang had been camping in the woods or bush on Little Cabin Creek, about 4 miles to the north and east of the scene of the alleged holdup. He had known them all personally before coming to the territory, having been born and raised in Clay County, Missouri, near the former home of the James boys. He also said that he was a cousin of the Jameses. When the gang went into camp on Little Cabin Creek, it was near to a farm where his sister lived and where he was staying. They met him and had told him that they intended to hold up and rob not only that train but other trains on the Katy, and invited him to join them. He also told the express agent that he was an expert marksman with a revolver and rifle, and that he had been practicing shooting with his gang, and had beaten them all shooting at a target, and that he'd agreed to aid them in holding up the train near Vinita for the purpose of causing their arrest and punishment later on. I was chief special agent of the gold system at that time, and the MKNT was one of its leased properties.
Colonel Eddie,
the general manager, wired me to go to Vinita at once and investigate the affair, and instructing me further to prosecute all parties connected with the crime. I arrived in Vinita the next day. I had no difficulty in establishing the identity of the man who had done the killing. His name was John B. or Barney Sweeney, formerly a resident of Clay County, Missouri, and whose reputation was all bad. I ascertained that during the afternoon preceding the affair Sweeney had been at Vinita, and while standing on the platform of the railroad station he, with others, had seen a special train bearing General Manager Eddie Pass southbound. The telegraph operator, of course, knew it was called Eddie's train, and that the colonel was aboard, and had conveyed the news to the spectators. I learned that the man who had been killed was an unknown young man who had appeared at Vinita but a few days before the trouble had occurred. He succeeded in making the acquaintance of a brother-in-law of Sweeney's, who lived on a farm near the alleged camping place of the James gang on Little Cabin Creek, and with whom Sweeney was making his home. This brother-in-law needed help to work his cornfield and employed the young man to go to work for him as a farmhand. The young man, who appeared to be a Swede or Norwegian, and spoke but poor English, accompanied this man, whose name I think was Powell, to his home, and there met Sweeney for the first time. I also learned that the latter has afterwards induced this unknown farmhand to accompany him and assist him in his attempt to hold up near Vinita. Sweeney had furnished the unknown with a little light caliber toy pistol, which was afterwards picked up near the scene of the killing. Sweeney was a man about 5 feet 7 inches tall, stout, stocky built, and about 28 or 30 years of age, dark complexion, dark small eyes, a luxurious head of black hair, a rather pretentious long dark mustache, and weighed about 170 or to 80 pounds. He was very quick and active in his motions, was a great braggart, and whenever occasion presented itself, never failed to tell people of his great marksmanship and how fearless he was. He was raised in Missouri City, Clay County, Missouri, where his father owned a farm in what was known as the Missouri River bottom. He had a sister, a young woman, who kept house for the father, his mother having died prior to the occurrence of which I write. Sweeney's father bore the reputation of being an honest, hard-working man, while his son had the reputation in Clay County of being a suspected horse thief, a notorious liar, absolutely unreliable, and a treacherous coward. He had been arrested and tried for the murder of a reputable farmer of the neighborhood who was shot and killed one evening while sitting on the porch of his home with his infant baby in his arm. The shot was fired from behind a thick hedge from the opposite side of the road, and from a distance of perhaps 75 feet from where the farmer was sitting. Sweeney was seen going towards the farmer's house a short time before the shooting had occurred. He had also been seen returning to his home from the same direction sometimes after the shooting. He was carrying a rifle. He was arrested and tried for the murder of the man, and it was proved at the trial that he had once threatened the life of the murdered farmer, who lived but a short distance from his father's place, but he was acquitted, there being no direct evidence of his guilt. However, a great many people of Clay County believed then, as they do up to the present day, that Barney Sweeney, as he was familiarly called, had been the murderer of the farmer. A short time after this, by reason of his unpopularity, he left that part of the Clay County and went to live with his sister on Little Cabin Creek. Knowing the facts about Sweeney's bad reputation, and after hearing the story he had told about the affair at Vinita, I concluded to place him under arrest, charging him with having shot and seriously wounded Conductor Warner, as well as having murdered the man who he claimed was Ed Miller, or Wilson, thinking, as I did, that I would surely be able to find out who this unknown man was. I knew that it was not Ed Miller, because I knew that he was dead, having been killed while attempting to rob a bank in a little town in Minnesota. I also knew that at this time, the James boys were not in or about the Indian Territory. Frank James was living peaceably as a good citizen in Tennessee. Jesse, his brother, was also supposed to be somewhere in that vicinity. I knew where Dick Little, another member of the outfit, was making his home, and thus knew that Sweeney was deliberately falsifying all the way through. To use stronger language, he was a deliberate liar.
At the time of which I write, Captain Sam, Six Killer, a full-blooded Cherokee Indian, was the chief of the United States Indian Police, and lived at Muskogee. This police force was maintained by the United States government, and consisted entirely of Indians of good reputation, and it was their duty to patrol the Indian Territory. They were armed and mounted, and were there to protect the law-abiding Indians and other residents and their property, especially from whiskey peddlers, of which there were a great many plying their nefarious trade, selling the Indians cheap whiskey at exorbitant prices, which was strictly prohibited by the federal laws governing the Indian Territory. Six Killer and his force had all authority to arrest any person charged with a crime, on sight or complaint. So after deciding to arrest Sweeney, I wired from Vinita to Cap Six Killer at Muskogee, requesting him to join me at Vinita for the purpose of arresting this lawbreaker, without mentioning Sweeney's name. In a short time I received an answer from Six Killer's physician stating that Six Killer was confined to his bed with a severe attack of fever. Upon receipt of this information, I reported to Luke Six Killer, a brother of the chief who lived at Vinita, and who was a member of the United States Indian Police Force. I requested Luke to accompany me where Sweeney was living with his brother-in-law to arrest him. Luke promptly told me that he would not dare arrest Sweeney unless his brother, the chief, was present. Why? He said. This man Sweeney is a terror. He is a wonderful shot with either rifle or pistol, and it will take at least a half-dozen men, well armed, to capture him. He is a desperate man, so we will have to wait until the chief gets well enough to come and help capture him. I had been accompanied to Vinita by one of my assistants, whose name was William H. Buddle. He was a little fellow, only weighing about 130 pounds, inclined to be tall but slender, had plenty of nerves, and was a remarkably good marksman, always willing and anxious to do his duty, and would take as many chances as any man I ever knew. He had helped me to get the information which led me to the decision of arresting Sweeney, and on hearing that 6 Kilo was sick, he had once suggested that he and I go to the Little Cabin Creek farm and capture Sweeney ourselves. Our conference took place in the evening, and I told Bonald that I would sleep over the matter and would decide by morning what should be done. I had seen Sweeney but once in my life, and that was about a year before in Kansas City. He having been pointed out to me by an officer, but I was satisfied he did not know me. So after carefully considering the matter next morning, I decided that I would take a horse and ride over to the little cabin place alone. I felt sure if Sweeney did not know me or recognize me, that I would be able to bring him to Veneta alone, with less trouble than if I was accompanied by another stranger, knowing, as I did, his treacherous and cowardly disposition. I reasoned that if he saw two strangers approaching his brother-in-law's house, he was liable to open fire on us and might kill one or both of us before we could reach him, and that he would be less liable to open fire on a lone man. Bonald demurred, saying that I would probably get killed going over there alone, but for the reasons above stated, I decided to go alone. I procured a horse from a livery stable and started. I reached the farmhouse about 9:30 o'clock in the morning. I took a course across the open prairie, a distance of about 4 miles. On the other side of this I came to Little Cabin Creek. There was a heavy growth of timber and thick underbrush on every side. The trail to the farm led directly through the brush timber for about 2 or 3 miles. At last I reached a set of bars that served for a gate directly in front of a 2-story frame farmhouse, which stood in an open field and about 100 feet from the bars. The thick timber and undergrowth shut out a view of the house, and I did not see it until my horse had reached the bars. When I reached there, I discovered the house and saw Sweeney sitting on a porch in plain sight, and a Winchester rifle was leaning up against the building near him. I got off my horse, placing the rein over the bar post, let down one of the bars, and crawled through. As soon as I had got inside the bars, Sweeney commanded me to throw up my hand, and looking up at him I found that he had risen and was holding the Winchester pointed at me. I halted. He said, "Who are you, and what do you want?" I replied, "My name is Foster, and I want to see Mr. John B. Sweeney." "I am John B. Sweeney," he said. "What do you want with me?" I answered him by saying, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Sweeney, but is that gun loaded that you have pointed at me?" He laughed and replied, "What the hell do you think I would be doing with this gun if it were not loaded?" "Well," I said, "if that gun is loaded, I wish you would turn the muzzle of it in some other direction. That horse that I have down there is one I borrowed from the livery man at Veneta to ride over here on. And if that gun would accidentally go off, it might scare the horse and cause him to break loose or maybe hurt me. If the horse got away, I would have a lot of trouble catching him. And if I did not catch him, the livery man would make trouble for me. Furthermore, I did not come over here anyway to get shot. If I had expected there would be any shooting, I wouldn't have come." "What did you come here for?" asked Sweeney. I said, "Colonel Eddy, general manager of the MK&T road, went south last night, passing Veneta on his special train." Said this, knowing that Sweeney had been standing on the platform when the colonel's train had passed, and he wired me from Eufaula in a cipher to come out there and see John B. Sweeney and ask him to come over to Veneta and meet him on his return north to Parsons. He said in the message that he expected to arrive at Veneta about 11:30 today, and that he wanted to have a private talk with you to arrange with him for your services in assisting in the captures of the party implicated in a hold-up that occurred at Veneta a few days before. If you are Mr. Sweeney and will accompany me back to Vinita, we will just about have time, by starting soon, to reach there before Colonel Eddie's train arrive. The Colonel does not want the people at Vinita to know that you have met him, as he had been led to understand that the people of that town do not like you. So he will run his train onto the siding about a quarter of a mile from Vinita, and we can leave our horses at the livery stable and walk to the side track, each of us taking different direction, and the people will know nothing of you having met the Colonel. Sweeney replied, I know them fellows at Vinita are all afraid of me, and if Colonel Eddie would give me a job and pay me enough, I will get those train robbers for him. I will go with you. He called his brother-in-law and said, Go and put the saddle on Baldy. Baldy was his horse. He turned to me and said, Come up and take a seat here on the porch while I go up and get ready to go with you. He took his rifle and went upstairs. I took the seat he had previously occupied on the porch to wait his coming. I asked his sister to please give me a drink of water. I was terribly thirsty, caused, no doubt, by looking into the barrel of that Winchester. I had only been seated a few moments when Sweeney appeared in the doorway, carrying in his left hand his 9-inch 45 6-shooter, Colts, and in his right sleeves. He had left the Winchester in the house. He said to me in a commanding voice, You have found the way out here, and now you can get on your horse and lead the way back. While he was speaking, the brother-in-law brought the horse around. Sweeney mounted it and I let down the bars. He motioned me to lead the way, which I did. He rode up close behind me, carrying his gun in his left hand, and continuously telling about how he had practiced shooting with the James gang while they had been camping near his home, and that he had beaten them. He also pointed out a clump of bushes in which he said the gang had camped during the several days that they had been in the neighborhood. After we had left the covered grounds and come out onto the prairie, I told Sweeney that I occupied the corner room in the hotel at Vinita the night before. I said, I have not settled my bill and my grip is still in the room, and I think we had better ride to the livery stable and leave our horses. And you had better go to my room direct, and I will go from the stable to the telegraph office and find out from the operator where Colonel Eddie's special train is and at what time it will arrive at Vinita. I am getting hungry, and if I find that we have time to get something to eat before the special arrives, I will order something. I will come direct to the room and tell you what I have learned. We separated, Sweeney going to the hotel and I apparently going to the telegraph office, which was in the opposite direction to that taken by Sweeney. I did not stop at the telegraph office, but went around back of it, placing some buildings between Sweeney and myself. I crossed the street at a point west of the depot and went around to the rear of the hotel, where there was a flight of stairs leading from the backyard to the second floor of the hotel from the outside. I ascended those stairs and went to my room, where I found the door standing about halfway open and could see through a crack between the door and a jammed Sweeney lying down on my bed with his hat, boots, and spurs on. He was taking things easy. I entered noiselessly, holding a small double-barreled Remington Derringer that I had taken from my pocket as I entered the room. I was whistling, and suddenly thrust the Derringer into Mr. Sweeney's mouth, breaking two of his upper teeth loose. I told him to throw up his hand, and he was not long in obeying. With my left hand, I unbuckled his belt and removed it from him. It contained the holster in which he had placed the 9-inch Colts. Bonald had noticed us when we arrived, and when we separated and as I crossed the street going to the hotel, I gave him a signal to follow me. He entered the room just as I had disarmed Sweeney. I told him to put handcuffs on a prisoner and take him to the calaboose and lock him up. I had Sweeney's meals sent to the lockup. When the next train arrived there, who should be on it but Captain Sam Sixkiller, who had left his sick bed and come up to Vinita to assist me in making the arrest. He told me, on his arrival, that it would not do to take Sweeney through Muskogee, as the railroad men there were aroused and would undoubtedly attempt violence, for they had all come to the conclusion that Sweeney was a fraud and was the man who shot Conductor Warner. Warner was very popular among the employees of the road, so we boarded the northbound train and brought Sweeney to St. Louis, to the Iron Mountain for Little Rock, Arkansas. Here we changed cars for the Fort Smith and Little Rock Road, and thus reached Fort Smith, Arkansas, in safety with our prisoner and without any interference from the railroad men. Sweeney never uttered a word from the time I disarmed him until we had boarded the train for St. Louis and were probably 20 miles north of Vinita. We were in a smoking car, Captain Sixkiller and the prisoner ahead and I in a seat just behind them, when finally Sweeney turned his head around toward me and said, "Mr. Forster, I wish you would please show me that gun you stuck into my mouth." I took the cartridge out of the gun and handed it to him. It was not more than 5 inches in length and of .41 caliber. He examined it critically and without turning his head handed it back to me over his shoulder, saying in a disgusted manner, "Hell, I thought that gun was a foot long." We lodged him in jail at Fort Smith in due time. He was indicted and finally tried, but because I was never able to find out who the unknown farmhand was that he had killed and the motive for the crime, he was acquitted. However, he had lain in jail for nearly a year, and on his release he returned at once to Clay County, Missouri, and wrote a letter to A. Talmadge, then general manager of the Missouri Pacific, demanding that Mr. Talmadge send him $10,000 immediately and threatening that if he did not, that he would blow up the bridge on the Wabash Railroad and destroy property in general, and in any event he would kill Furlong on sight. He sent this letter through the United States mail. Mr. Talmadge gave the letter to me, and I at once made a complaint to the United States Commissioner, got a warrant for Sweeney's arrest, and went to his father's farm near Missouri City, Clay County, accompanied by a deputy sheriff, whose name I don't remember, but who was a brave and splendid officer. Sweeney was at home. It was after night, and he had gone to bed. We rapped for admission, and the door was opened by his father, to whom we stated that we were officers and had a warrant for the arrest of his son, Barney. The latter was in bed upstairs, but heard us when we rapped for admission and had come to the head of the stairs with a shotgun in his hand. He said, "I am here, and I will kill any man who attempts to come up those stairs." In an instant, and before I had time to think, the deputy sheriff, who had been standing beside me, sprang up the stairs. I followed him as quickly as possible, but before I had reached the top, the officer had clinched with Barney and had thrown him to the floor. I picked up the gun that Sweeney had let fall, and in less time than it takes to tell if we had captured Mr. Sweeney without a shot being fired, so I feel safe in saying that he was an arrant coward as well as an inexcusable liar. I took him to St. Louis, where he was tried and convicted for having sent the threatening letter through the mail. He was sentenced to either 3 or 4 years in the penitentiary. He served his time and again returned to his father's home at Missouri City. A short time later, he held up and tried to rob a Wabash passenger train at Missouri City. In this attempt, he was shot through the ankle by a telegraph operator. He tried to escape by running, but was captured by the train crew and the company's telegraph operator at that city. He was tried for this offense and sent to the penitentiary for 14 years, and I had lost track of him until he recently turned up in St. Louis as a witness against the New York Life Insurance Company in the famous Kimmel case. He claimed to have visited the wilds of Oregon with Kimmel, a man named Johnson, and another party to search for some hidden treasure. A portion of the treasure was found. A row over its division resulted, and Johnson shot and killed Kimmel. Sweeney avenged Kimmel's death by killing Johnson on the spot. Both of the dead men were buried near where they fell. On reading Sweeney's story in the papers, which was almost a repetition of the story of the fake hold-up down in the territory,
As related to the Express official and myself, I will admit I really sympathize with the attorney who had gone to the trouble and expense of getting Sweeney here, knowing, as I did, that he was absolutely untruthful and reliable. I do not believe that I ever ran into as fun-loving a bunch of railroaders as the one which attended Sweeney's trial. Fort Smith was crowded, as was usually the case when court was in session. At that time there was only one leading hotel in town. It was a 3-story old-fashioned structure, the top story of which was one large room or hall. Social functions, such as balls and other gatherings, were usually held in this hall. When the railroad men arrived, there were about 15 of them, including Chick Warner, Ed Smith, W.B. Maxwell, Lute Welch and Tom Hall, all passenger conductors on the Katy. All of the regular rooms had been taken. The proprietor, in order to take care of the boys as best he could, turned this large room or hall into a dormitory, placing therein several different kinds of beds and cots for them to sleep on. A large round table and a few rickety old chairs constituted the balance of the furnishing of the room. There was not much doing in the amusement line after dark in Fort Smith in those days, so the railroaders retired to their rooms early, but not to sleep. The first 7 or 8 up the stairs, and there was always a race to see who would get upstairs first, would assemble themselves around the table and soon be busy playing a game of, well, there is no need of me naming it, as everybody knows the name of the game that usually interests the average railroad man most. I will add, however, that there was no limit. By and by, those who were lucky enough to have to sit out would get sleepy and roll into their bed or cot, but they did not have a chance to get to sleep. The I'll pass or I'll raise you of the players keeping them awake until the game would break up, which was usually about the time the sun commenced to shine in at the windows in the early morning. The players would then retire and soon be snoring to beat the band. Chick Warner, being a big, deep-chested man, had all his competitors keen a mile at this snoring game. As soon as he hit the bed, his snoring machinery would get in motion. Then the real fun would begin. The balance of the gang would throw pillows or shoes or any old thing they could find at his head to wake him up. These efforts would not always be successful, however, and the snore would either increase in tone or volume. At the breakfast table one morning, after there had been an unusually long sitting, the gang decided to get even with Chick Warner, who was still in bed, by holding an old-fashioned Irish wake at his bedside. Charlie Walters, an express company route agent, who was an artist of no mean ability, procured a piece of chalk and in less time than it takes to tell it, had transformed the head of the bed into a monument with very appropriate inscription thereon. Some lumber was secured and a fence arranged around the bed, on which were placed a lot of empty beer bottles. A candle was placed in the neck of each bottle, and after these were lighted and the windows darkened, the bunch arranged themselves around the beer and commenced a weird chant. The noise made by the bunch attracted the attention of most of the people in the town, and the big room was soon filled. News of what was going on soon reached the courtroom, and Judge Parker adjourned court, and he and his officers and the lawyers and jurors rushed to the hotel to witness the fun-making. After an exceedingly loud and boisterous outburst of grief on the part of the mourners, Warner awoke. It did not take him long to break up that wake, as he at once began raising a rough house by throwing everything he could get hold at his tormentors. The affair was the talk of the town for some time to come, and is to this day referred to when 2 or 3 of the gang happened to get together. On the Sunday following, the citizens of the town, to show their appreciation of the bunch as good fellows, decided to give them a carriage ride and show them the places of interest. Judge Parker, in his private conveyance, was to lead the procession. As none of the vehicles had been decorated, as some of the railroaders thought they should be, they decided to do some decorating on their own hook. An empty beer keg was procured, and with a rope it was anchored to the rear axle of the judge's conveyance. As the judge's abstemious habits were known to all the citizens of the town, the sight of the beer keg under his buggy created a great deal of amusement on the part of the citizens when they saw it as the carriage was drawn through the street. The judge did not discover the trick that had been played on him until after the ride was over, but he seemed to enjoy the joke as much as did the jokers. End of chapter 24. Decoying a Bad Man. Recording by Alexis Duclaux of the French podcast Citizen Cage.
Chapter 25 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew D. Robinson. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 25. Tragic Death of Bill Casey. Incidents encountered while working on a case in the oil regions. Capture of a couple of clever sneaks and safe robbers. In 1872, a year after I had been elected chief of police of Oil City, Pennsylvania, and by the way, I had the distinction of being the first chief of police of that town, the safe in the store of Henry Fair in South Oil City was robbed late on a Saturday night. This safe contained a number of bonds, some cash, and other valuable papers. The robbery was not discovered until the following Monday morning by Mr. Fair himself, who was the only person connected with the establishment who had the combination of the safe. Mr. Fair found the safe locked as usual, and upon opening it found the bonds and cash missing from the safe. I was immediately notified of the robbery, and upon examining the premises found that no burglary had been committed. The safe and windows and doors of the store were all found to be intact on Monday morning. I also learned that the cash and bonds which were missed on Monday morning were known to have been in the safe as late as 10 o'clock upon the Saturday evening previous. I further learned that at that hour quite a large crowd of people were in the store, all of whom were supposed to be customers, and at the close of my investigation there was no doubt in my mind but that the safe had been rifled of its contents by the sneak method. During the business hours prior to 10 o'clock Saturday evening, the safe had not been locked, and the door was left standing partially opened, so that clerks and others connected with the store might have easy access to it during the busy hours of the day to get change, to look at accounts, and other purposes. So it became apparent to me that there were probably at least 2 persons connected with the robbery, and that one of them had attracted the attention of the clerk nearest to the safe, while his partner quietly slipped behind the counter and to the safe and took the cash and missing papers unobserved. It was also apparent to me that this must have been done almost immediately before the store was closed for the night, as the cash box and some of the missing bonds had been out of the safe on the manager's desk, until a short time before they were placed in the safe by Mr. Fair himself at about 10 o'clock. Upon further investigation, I learned that 2 young men had visited the store about 10 o'clock Saturday evening. One of them purchased a package of smoking tobacco, while the other consumed considerable time in trying to select a pair of shoes, which, by the way, he did not purchase. One of these young men was known as Butch DeWitt, then about 19 years of age. The other was William Heilman, 21 years of age. The parents of these young men were respectable, hard-working people and both resided in Oil City. The boys both bore bad reputations, but up to that time were not considered thieves. Upon learning that they were at the store at a late hour Saturday night, I concluded that I would locate and interview them, but upon further inquiry I learned that they had not been seen since the Saturday night in question, and evidently had left town. I also learned that Butch DeWitt had a sweetheart, whose name was Hattie Bates, who was a professional dancer and was supposed to be at the time an employee of Ben Hogan, proprietor of a large dance hall at Petrolia, Butler County, Pennsylvania. For the information of the reader, I will say that Ben Hogan was a prizefighter of note and a sporting character generally. He at one time fought the celebrated Tom Allen for the heavyweight championship of the world near St. Louis. The fight was a draw and created a lot of bad blood between the two factions interested. Sometime after Hogan's fight with Tom Allen, he retired from the prize ring and became an evangelist, making his headquarters at Chicago, and up to a few years ago, the last heard of him, the writer has been informed had been very successful in his missionary work. Prior to the time Hogan established himself at Petrolia, he had been engaged in the dance hall business at Tidioute, Warren County, Pennsylvania, which is also an oil town on the banks of the Allegheny River. While engaged in that business, a party of roughs who were looking for trouble visited his place and started a disturbance in the dance hall, which resulted in one of the parties being killed and 2 or 3 of his companions being severely injured. Hogan was arrested, charged with murder. Upon hearing of this trouble, and knowing as I did the character of the parties who created the disturbance, and that Hogan was entirely justified in protecting his premises against the violence of this gang, who had gone to his place in search of trouble, I assisted Hogan's attorneys by informing them as to the character and standing of the parties who created the trouble. Hogan was acquitted and ever afterwards was very grateful and friendly towards me, and when I learned that Butch DeWitt's sweetheart was employed at Hogan's dance hall, I hastened to Petrolia, thinking that DeWitt might visit his sweetheart there. Petrolia was about 60 miles south of Oil City, and I arrived there on the afternoon of Wednesday, after the robbery before mentioned. This was my first visit to Petrolia, which was a big oil town or more like a mining camp, located in a valley on a tributary of the Allegheny River, and the town consisted of one main street with buildings on both sides of the street running up and down the valley, all very close together and all frame. It consisted chiefly of boarding houses, saloons, dance halls, and gambling houses. On my arrival at Petrolia, I started up this street. I had had a description of Hogan's dance hall, which he had built a short time prior to my going there, and it was described as one of the largest buildings in town, and when I arrived in front of what I considered the largest building there, I inquired for Hogan's place. The man from whom I made this inquiry pointed out the building, which I had selected as Hogan's, which was directly across the street from where I was standing, and told me that that was Hogan's dance hall. There were 2 buildings standing alongside of each other, and as they were almost identically the same in size and appearance, and being anxious to make no mistake, I inquired again, and the man pointed out the building to my left, so I understood, as Hogan's, whereupon I crossed the street and entered the front door of the building, which was standing open. This was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I mention this fact for the reason that everything is usually very quiet about these dance halls until later in the evening, as places of this kind do all of their business at night. There was a screen, as there usually is, in front of bar rooms to shield the gaze of the passers-by on the sidewalk. As I entered the house supposed to be Hogan's and went around the screen to my left, I found a bar standing right back of the screen, and behind the bar was a large young man with blonde hair, rather fine-looking, standing about 6 feet 1 inch in height, and weighing in the neighborhood of 200 pounds, and about 30 years old. This man was the then notorious Bill Casey, who was also a heavyweight prize fighter and the proprietor of this dance hall. I knew Casey upon sight, and he also recognized me. When I went around the screen, I found myself face to face with him as he was leaning over with his elbows on the bar talking to one of his employees. He straightened up, looked at me for an instant, and exclaimed, "Why, hello, Chief. What in the world are you doing down here?" At the same time extending his right hand. I shook hands with him and said, "I just happened to be passing through Petrolia on a little matter of business, and while on the opposite side of the street met a friend who told me that this was your place and that I would be likely to find you here at this time, so I just stepped in to pay my respects and shake hands with you." To which he replied, "I am mighty glad you did. You say that you were down here on a matter of business. You know that I am pretty well posted among the class of people that you are generally looking for, and if there is anything I can do for you, I shall be glad to do so." I thanked him for his offer and told him that there might be some way in which he could assist me a little later on. He then said, "You know Kitty, don't you?" Kitty was his wife. I said, "Yes, I remember her." "Wait a minute and I will call her." And he called to the rear part of the house for Kitty. When she appeared, he said to her, "Kitty, you remember Mr. Furlong, don't you? He's chief of police at Oil City, and I want you to shake hands with him." Kitty came to where we were standing. In the meantime, Bill had come behind the bar alongside of me, and good-naturedly said, "Oh, yes, I shall never forget Mr. Furlong." She then continued, "Mr. Furlong, Bill and I often speak of you. You did the best thing that ever happened that time that you arrested Bill in Oil City, and he has often told me that he would always remember you with the kindest of feelings for the reason that you did not kill him at the time he was arrested. The manner in which he acted and the manner in which he abused your man Fry, if you had not appeared upon the scene as you did at that time, he would have killed Fry and would probably have been hung. You know he was drinking at the time and was acting very badly, as he always did when he drank. He has never touched a drop of any kind of intoxicating liquor since that time, and it has made a man of him, and I give you credit for what you did. Bill has often said that you had a perfect right to kill him under the circumstances, and has always felt very grateful." As she finished, I said in reply, "Well, I am very glad that you and Bill feel as you do, and I appreciate your goodwill very much, although I regretted at the time what occurred, but knew that there was nothing else to do but what I did, and I am more than glad of the good results." In this connection, I will say that just prior to my arrest of Bill Casey at Oil City, which was more than a year prior to the time of the foregoing interview, Casey and his wife had a quarrel and had separated. Mrs. Casey, or Kitty as he called her, came to Oil City and was boarding with a woman named Mrs. Brown, who had 16 or 18 other female boarders. Casey at this time was living at Petroleum Center in the oil country and had heard that his wife was boarding with Madame Brown. He came to Oil City in search of her and visited Madame Brown's house one afternoon about 2 o'clock. Madame Brown's house was situated in Oil City in what is known as the Red Light District, and was a large and well-furnished establishment. In fact, the finest of its kind in the oil regions of Pennsylvania at that time. It so happened that I was passing Madame Brown's house when I heard a tremendous uproar in the house. Women were screaming and shouting for help, and it was a general tumult. Some person I met on the street said to me, "You had better go into Madame Brown's house. Officer Fry has just gone in there, and it seems as though he is in trouble." Whereupon I hastened into the place, and in one of the parlors on my right as I went in, I could hear Officer Fry calling for help. I ran into the parlor, where I found several women, all screaming at the top of their voices, and Bill Casey standing at one side of a large, square, old-fashioned piano, from which he had twisted one of the legs. He held this piano leg in his hand similar to the way in which a ball player holds his bat, and had Officer Fry backed up into a corner alongside of the piano, and was about to bring the piano leg down upon the officer's head. Fry had his revolver in his hand, but was unable to raise it, as Casey had him covered with the leg of the piano. Casey was standing with his back to the door from which I entered, and upon taking in the situation, I pulled my revolver from my pocket and struck Casey over the head with it just above the right ear, which cut an ugly gash and caused him to fall to the floor. I had dealt him a heavy blow, which took him completely by surprise, and before he could rally and arise from the floor, he was seized by Fry and myself and subdued only after a vigorous rough-and-tumble fight. He was locked up, but owing to the fact that his wife had been found by him in this disreputable place, and that he was under the influence of liquor, the committing magistrate fined him $200 in costs, with the agreement, on his part, that he was to leave town immediately upon the payment of the fine and costs, which he did, and further agreeing that he would never again appear in Oil City or any place else under the influence of liquor. That promise he always kept until the day of his death. With the above explanation, I feel that it is unnecessary for me to say to the reader that I did not enter Bill Casey's place voluntarily. I had not the slightest idea Bill Casey was there. The last time I had seen him was at Oil City on the day of his arrest, and he had said to me before leaving that he would get even with me if it took him the balance of his life. So the reader can imagine my predicament better than I can describe it, when I first found myself in the presence of Bill Casey and in his own place. It would have taken a good-sized rope to have dragged me into that place had I known that Casey was its proprietor, but on confronting him, I could think of no better way than to act boldly and act as though I had voluntarily come in to call and pay my respects, which worked admirably. After ascertaining the friendly feeling of Casey and his wife towards me, I told them that I wanted to locate Butch DeWitt, who was a friend of Hattie Bates, who, I understood, was living next door with Ben Hogan. Mrs. Casey said to me, "I know Mrs. Hogan, and we are warm friends. I will go over and see her about this and see whether she knows anything about the whereabouts of DeWitt or not." She did so, and in a few minutes returned with Mrs. Hogan, who said to me, "Butch DeWitt and a young thief by the name of Heilman were here the night before last. DeWitt, you know, is a sweetheart of the Bates girl, who lives with me. DeWitt and Heilman had some money and left here yesterday morning at 2 o'clock for New Brighton, Pennsylvania, where they have a job of some kind that they expect to do, and intend to return here in a couple of days from New Brighton. I took the first train from Petrolia to Pittsburg, and then from Pittsburg to New Brighton, Pennsylvania, where I arrived the following morning early. At New Brighton, I learned that the night before my arrival, the safe in a factory had been blown open by burglars and a quantity of money stolen. At New Brighton, I received a good description of Heilman and DeWitt, and traced them down the railroad to Rochester, Pennsylvania, to a hotel. Upon entering this hotel, I found that they had registered under fictitious names and were still in their rooms at the hotel. I went to their room, forced an entrance, and found DeWitt and Heilman there. I arrested them and took them to Oil City, and in the meantime Heilman made a clean breast of the robbery. He told me that while he was examining the shoes before mentioned, DeWitt sneaked around behind the counter and took from the safe, which was unlocked, the money and bonds that were missing. They took the currency with them and secreted the bonds and other things stolen by them from the safe in a tin lard can, which they had buried on a farm south of South Oil City, known as the Farron Farm. They accompanied me to the place and we recovered the can and its contents. These boys were convicted and sent to prison. The prize-fighter Bill Casey continued as proprietor of the dance hall and saloon at Petrolia, where he did a profitable business, and where he had many friends among the drillers and tool dressers who were employed at the oil wells in the district which surrounded Petrolia. He was noted for being big-hearted, sociable, and clever while sober, and it will be remembered he had quit drinking after his arrest at Oil City. He had accumulated a small fortune, and upon the Christmas Eve following my interview with him, as before related, he and his wife left Petrolia for the purpose of visiting his parents, who were living at the time at Lockport, New York. They boarded what is known as a mixed train, northbound on the Allegheny Valley Railroad, bound for Buffalo. This train consisted of a number of freight cars, some of which were loaded with crude oil, a baggage car, and 2 passenger coaches, which were at the rear of the train. The passenger coaches were crowded to their utmost capacity with passengers, as there were many people leaving the oil country to spend the holidays in other regions. As the train was rounding a very sharp curve near Scrubgrass, a front axle tree broke on one of the freight cars, which precipitated the entire train, behind the breakdown, over a high bank into the Allegheny River, which was at the time at high water mark. The crude oil ignited by reason of the wreck and set fire to everything. The oil spread out over the water, and as crude oil burns just as fiercely upon water as it does upon land, the whole river was afire in a very short time from bank to bank, and the fire was carried downstream by the current at the rate of 4 or 5 miles an hour. Many of the passengers were drowned or injured and burned to death by the flames, as it should be remembered that the oil cars were ahead of the passenger coaches. And as the train was running upstream, the flames immediately enveloped small portions of the passenger coaches which remained above the surface of the water. Casey managed to escape from the wreck, and being a very powerful man, took his wife with him and reached the bank in safety with the exception of a few burns. There was a crippled newsboy employed upon the train, and in the wreck he had managed to get a portion of his body through one of the windows, which was upturned and out of the water, while his lower limbs were fastened in the wreck, and he was about to be engulfed in a body of floating, burning oil, which was rapidly approaching him, when Casey spied him. Casey immediately left his wife standing on the bank and rushed to the assistance of the newsboy, and while tugging away trying to extricate the boy from the wreck, Casey was engulfed by the burning oil and lost his life, and thus died in the act of performing a humane and heroic deed. End of Chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 26. Subduing a Notorious Bully. One of my early experiences while Chief of Police of Oil City, how a bad man with a long record was taken to jail. The notorious Tom Daly of Buffalo, New York, was arrested at Oil City, Pennsylvania, early in the summer of 1872. Daly had been regarded in and around the city of Buffalo for years prior to his arrest at Oil City as a desperate and bad character. He had a police record almost as long as the state statutes. He was a fighter and associated and lived with the most vile and vicious characters to be found in the city. He was never known to work at any legitimate trade or business. He did pretend to gamble. He drank at times to excess, and was known to the police as a strong arm or hold-up man, and was considered by the police a hard and bad man to arrest, a task which they were frequently called upon to perform. But as bad as his general reputation was, he had what was called a political pull in the slums district in which he resided. He had a following of his own class because he was more aggressive and more physically powerful than his associates and followers, and not for the reason of any superior intellect on his part. A couple of days before his arrest at Oil City, complaint was lodged against Daly and some of his associates by a man in Buffalo, who charged them with having held him up and robbed him by force of a sum of money. The man also stated that Daly and his confederates had brutally beaten him, the marks of which he bore plainly. 2 police officers were instructed to arrest Daly and bring him to headquarters. As all the officers who were located in and about the precinct in which Daly made his home known knew him personally, the 2 officers who were detailed to make his arrest easily located him. When they approached him and told him that they had been instructed to arrest him, he smilingly inquired on what charge. At the same time, as the officers were standing within his reach, he promptly struck first one and then the other terrific blows with his clenched fist, knocking both of them down. He then ran into a brothel, or dive, in front of which he had encountered the police officers. He of course disappeared and escaped being arrested. The part of the city was known at that time as Rock Street, or the 5 Points, and was the worst and lowest district of not only the city of Buffalo, but probably as bad, if not worse, than any other in the country. It consisted principally of low dance halls and drinking places which were patronized almost entirely by the lower grade of sailors and canal boatmen. As this district was bounded on the east of the Eyre Canal and on the west by the Buffalo Creek, which is the lake harbour of Buffalo, it was consequently a peninsula, narrow and frequented by the class before mentioned. After his escapade with the police, Daly on the same night made his escape from Buffalo and went direct to Oil City, Pennsylvania, where he had some friends and acquaintances. He arrived at Oil City the next day about noon, where he met parties whom he knew and from whom he heard about the prowess of a valuable bulldog owned by a respectable citizen named Ziegenheim, and who was connected with a meat market on Center Street. This man Daly was about 35 years of age, was over 6 feet in height, and weighed at least 200 pounds. He had an athletic build, was dark complexioned and somewhat marked by the after effects of smallpox. He had rather small, dark eyes and the most villainous expression, I think, that I have ever seen. He was considered an expert boxer, and was known to be a powerful man, at least by the 2 police officers whom he had knocked down and escaped from in Buffalo. I had heard of Daly and knew of his record. but I had never seen him until I was called upon to arrest him in Oil City, and I did not know who he was at that time. When Daly had learned from the friends he had met in Oil City of the valuable fighting bulldog before mentioned, he at once went to the meat market, where he found Mr. Ziegenheim and tried to purchase the dog from him for the purpose of using him as a fighting dog. Ziegenheim informed Daly in a polite but firm manner that his dog was not for sale, as it was a pet of his wife and children, and that he would not part with the dog under any consideration, and especially not for the purpose Daly proposed to use him. Daly became angry and assaulted Ziegenheim, who was fully as large a man as Daly, but was a gentleman and not a fighter. Ziegenheim immediately sought refuge behind a large round table known as a meat block, which is used in all meat markets to cut meat on. It was probably about 4 feet in diameter, and by keeping on the opposite side, Ziegenheim was out of Daly's reach. Daly picked up a large cleaver which he was holding in a threatening manner. At this juncture I entered the shop, having been summoned by Mr. Steele, Ziegenheim's employer, who had run from the meat market to my office, which was just around the corner in the same block, and told me in a very excited manner that there was a big man trying to kill Ziegenheim in the shop. At the time that Steele came into my office I was talking with the mayor, William M. Williams, and when Steele surprised me of Mr. Ziegenheim's danger, I sprang to my feet and was about to leave for the meat market, when the mayor said to me, "Tom, you had better take a club or a gun with you. Steele has said Ziegenheim's assailant is a big strong fellow." I hastily grabbed up a mace or club which was hanging on a rack near where I was standing, and hastened to the shop, where I found Daly standing in front of the meat block before described, with his back to the door. He was holding a cleaver, as I said before, and facing Ziegenheim, who was at the opposite side of the block. I approached him from the rear without being noticed by him, and placed my left hand upon the right collar of his coat as though I meant it, at the same time commanding him to drop the cleaver, whereupon he immediately turned his head and looked down upon me with a very disdainful and defiant expression. I saw in his eyes the most vile expression that I have ever seen. I instantly realized that I was in for trouble. He was wearing a stiff derby hat set back fairly well on his head, and it seemed to be tight fitting. Upon noticing the expression on his countenance, I instantly struck him as hard a blow as I could with the mace, which I held in my right hand, at the same time tightening my grip on his coat collar and vest. However, before I struck him he made a desperate backward lunge, evidently intending to get clear of me so that he might get far enough away from me to strike me with his fists. But by reason of the strong hold I had on him, I had drawn myself up close to him, and in his lunge he was so much heavier and larger than I that he carried me back with him, probably a distance of 4 or 5 feet. It was while he, or rather we, were making this lunge that I struck him. My mace caught him, or more truthfully speaking, his hat, just above his forehead. It forced his hat, which was a stiff one, as stated, and drove it down over his forehead to his eyebrows. The hat was tight, and the lining was leather, and with the force of the blow the lining cut the skin clear across the top of his forehead, and as the hat was forced down the skin peeled down over his forehead, and of course the blood spurted over both of us. He fell to his knees with the force of the blow, but immediately tried to rise, when I hit him a second time, which felled him to the ground. I was still holding on to his collar, and when he fell I started for my office, dragging him behind me. He was upon his back and therefore helpless so long as I kept him moving. He regained consciousness when he had gone about 100 feet and began pleading with me to let him up, which I did, with the understanding that he was to accompany me peaceably. This he agreed to and did. It being at the time of the day when the streets were crowded with people, an immense crowd was attracted by the excitement, and a great many comments were heard, many of them condemning my action as brutal and uncalled for. There was both a morning and an evening paper published in Oil City at that time. The evening paper got out an extra which censured me severely, and was entirely in accord with the previous comments made by many of the crowd. They were, by the way, entirely ignorant of the facts which led me to act as I had found it necessary. The crowd filled the mayor's office to overflowing, and among those present were a few friends and former associates of Daly's, who succeeded in getting one of the citizens, a saloon proprietor, and considered a good citizen and fairly well off, to come forward and intercede with the mayor, who at that time, in accordance with the laws of Pennsylvania, was a committing magistrate. Daly's friends told the mayor that they would pay his fine and the costs, and would see that he left town within the hour if he, the mayor, would let Daly go upon the payment of the fine and costs for his having assaulted Ziegenheim. The mayor assented and fined him $100 and costs $3.50, making a total of $103.50. The citizens before mentioned paid this fine, and Daly left town immediately thereafter. He gave an alas to the mayor, and his friends did not betray him, and for this reason the mayor or himself did not know who he was until after he had departed. Mr. St. John, who was the editor of the evening paper, and who had so unmercifully roasted me, had always, prior to this occurrence, acted in a friendly manner towards me. The write-up that he had given me that evening therefore hurt my feelings beyond description. And Mr. Bishop, who was the editor and proprietor of the morning paper, had come from Buffalo, where he was born and raised, to Oil City, and he at once took it upon himself to investigate through correspondence in Buffalo by wire what and who this man Daly was, the result of which was that he devoted the entire first page of his paper on the following morning to Daly's complete history, setting forth his police record, his vocation, and his desperate character, as well as the full particulars and details of his most recent encounter with the two Buffalo police officers, his escape from Buffalo, and his subsequent arrest by me at Oil City. The article wound up with the most complimentary comments that I have ever received, considerable space being devoted to the fact of my having succeeded in subduing and arresting Daly unassisted by anyone. This article caused a majority of those who had so loudly denounced my actions of the previous evening to apologize for their hasty conclusions. Mr. St. John of the evening paper was among the first to approach me with an apology for his publication of the evening before. If I had known that it was the notorious Tom Daly I had been called upon to arrest, I don't believe that I could have been pulled into that meat market with a large rope attached to my neck. But I was fully convinced that prompt and decisive action was required on my part the instant that I saw that vicious, and might I say hideous, expression on Daly's face. The result of this arrest had more to do with securing me the confidence and respect of the law-abiding citizens of Oil City than any other one arrest that I had ever made, and I had made many of them. End of chapter 26. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland.
Chapter 27 of 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Fátima da Silva. 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. A Ruse that worked. How evidence to convict an anonymous letter writer was obtained. Tragic death of two brothers after their arrest and after breaking jail. Early in the 1870s, Sam Ackert called at my office one cold winter morning in the month of February. I was the then Chief of Police of Oil City, Pennsylvania. Mr. Ackert was known to me as the owner of a large oil lease on what was known as the Towles Farm on the Plummer Road, about 8 miles north and a little east of Oil City and in Venango County. Mr. Ackert was considered at that time one of the largest oil operators in that district. He was operating 12 or 15 oil wells, all of which were producing large quantities of oil. Some were being pumped, while others were flowing wells. My recollection is that one of these flowing wells was producing 400 barrels per day. Crude oil was selling at that time for about $8 per barrel at the well. Ackert employed quite a large number of men to attend to the wells and look after his interests in general. Some of these men were employed as engineers, which were commonly known in the oil country as pumpers. Two of these engineers, or pumpers, were required to operate each well, each man usually working from 12 noon until 12 midnight. These watches were morning and noon watches, and men so employed usually lived adjacent to the well upon which they were employed. Mr. Ackert had a superintendent who had charge of the employees and who lived on the lease. His name was Joseph Sullivan. He also had two engineers whose names were George and Henry Book. George Book was a young man, married and lived in a cottage on the lease. His brother Henry was single and lived with George. George was the eldest. They were both employed on the same well as pumpers. George was on the noon watch each day and was considered a very good engineer. He was sober, competent, and attentive to his business, while his brother Henry had also been considered competent and energetic, but not as reliable as George. He had been found asleep while on duty by Superintendent Sullivan on various occasions, for which he was reprimanded and finally discharged from the service. Some months after Henry's dismissal, Mr. Ackert received an anonymous letter through the mail. This letter threatened dire destruction to his property by fire or other methods unless he, Ackert, would discharge Sullivan, his superintendent. This letter was followed by 3 other threatening letters, also anonymous, which were received at intervals of 4 or 5 days by Ackert. Sullivan, being a very competent and reliable man of good character, Mr. Ackert at first did not pay any attention to the threatening letters, but laid them away in his desk. A short time after the receipt of the last anonymous letter, one of his oil tanks, which at the time contained about 400 or 500 barrels of crude oil, was emptied one night, between dark and daylight, by some person who had gone to the tank and opened what was known as the lower faucet. This faucet, 2 inches in diameter, entered the tank about 1/2 foot above the bottom of the tank, and was placed there so that by opening it the salt water could be drawn out of the tank. All oil wells in that particular locality, which had to be pumped, produced a percentage of salt water, this water coming up with the oil. Salt water, being heavier than the oil, immediately settled to the bottom of the tank, and for that reason, as the tank would become nearly filled to its top, it was the duty of the pumpers to open this salt water faucet and let the salt water escape from the bottom of the tank in order to make room for more oil above. On the night that this tank was emptied in the manner above described, there was about 3 feet of snow on the ground. The weather was cold, and the snow had drifted around the tank so that it was about 4 feet deep above the faucet in question. I will state here that the constant drawing off of the salt water had thoroughly saturated the ground for a space of 2 or 3 feet square under the faucet, and for this reason the ground was soft and a little muddy. The saturated earth would not freeze in cold weather on account of the large quantities of salt which had become impregnated with the dirt. At the time this tank was emptied by means of the opening of the faucet, the oil, which was very inflammable, ran down into a ravine which was thickly dotted with oil wells and tanks for a mile or more. But fortunately the flowing oil did not happen to reach any of the fires that were under the boilers of the pumping stations. If it had, it would have instantly burned everything within reach along the side of the ravine, thereby destroying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property and in all probability many lives. Mr. Ackert called upon me the morning after the occurrence above related and told me of what had occurred, stating at the same time that he had no idea who was dastardly enough to perpetrate this malicious act. He knew of no enemy on earth, and was more than anxious that I investigate the matter and locate the party or parties guilty of the crime. He also told me of having received and retained the anonymous letters before mentioned. I instructed him to bring the letters to me at once, which he did. I noticed that the letters were written on the same brand of paper and in a legible and penman-like manner, and evidently by the same hand and pen. By the end of the third day of my investigation, I had learned of the dismissal of Hendrie Book and the difficulties he had had with Superintendent Sullivan. I had also learned that his brother George Book was a good scholar, had been a country school teacher some years before in his native county, which was Crawford County, Pennsylvania. I had also found out that he was considered an extra good penman, and during my investigation was informed that there had been other loots of oil well, tools, and other valuable property on the Ackert and adjacent leases. I decided to locate the writer of the anonymous letters. Being familiar with the manner of operating oil wells, I donned the suit of an oil driller, which usually consists of overalls. These overalls became spattered over with sand pumpings, giving the wearer the general appearance of a bill poster. The weather was very cold, the thermometer standing below zero, the night that I left Oil City to visit the Ackert lease and the pumping houses where I knew George Book would be on duty until midnight. That evening, preparatory to my departure, I visited a meat market kept by a Mr. Steele on Center Street, where I purchased 5 cents worth of liver, telling Mr. Steele that I wanted it for a pet cat that stayed around my office. I dressed myself in heavy, warm clothing, which I wore under the overalls before described. Taking a small slice of the liver, I placed it in the hollow of my right hand. I then placed another piece of the liver on top of the same hand and tightly bandaged the hand with a piece of white muslin. The liver placed on my hand as described soiled the tightly drawn bandage, which gave the hand the appearance of being very swollen and inflamed. I then improvised a sling around my neck by tying 2 handkerchiefs together so that I could place my right hand in the sling at the proper time. I started from Oil City, unidentified by reason of my costume, at about 7 o'clock in the evening, arriving at the Ackert lease a few minutes after 9. I went direct to the engine house in which George Book was employed, found him sitting alone there in a large easy chair in front of the boiler, which was being fired with natural gas and well lighted by the same, was warm and neatly kept. Book was reading a novel when I entered, and as the engine house was located but a few feet off the main road from Oil City to the town of Plummer, it was not an unusual thing for oil well men to stop at the engine house while passing that way for the purpose of getting warm or getting a drink. So Book was not at all surprised when I appeared at that hour of the evening. I asked his permission to stand by the boiler to get warm. He replied that it was cold and that he would be glad of my company. He eyed me closely for a while and finally said, "Where do you work?" I replied that I had been working on the Foster farm, which was about 15 miles southwest of Oil City and on the Allegheny River. He then remarked, "How did you get hurt?" As he noticed that I was carrying my right hand in a sling, I replied, "You have been kind in allowing me to get warm in your engine house, and you looked to me like you would not get a fellow into trouble by giving him away. And I will tell you all about it," I began by saying. "You see, I am a driller, and I was working under a superintendent. We had trouble over a girl, and he had a gun. He shot me through the hand." I pulled my hand out of the sling, and he exclaimed, "Gracious! You have an awful hand there, and you should have medical attention at once." To which I replied, "I'm going to have it attended to when I reach Petroleum Center. You should see the other fellow. I shot him. but I don't know whether he is dead or not, as I left immediately and have walked the entire distance, only stopping long enough to get a cup of coffee at the eating house in the depot at Oil City. He said, "You must be hungry." His sympathy was now fully aroused, and he was really a good-hearted fellow. I then said to him, "I have some friends at Petroleum Center who will keep me under cover and get me a doctor, but what is worrying me most now is that I cannot write with my left hand, and my folks live at Fort Erie, Canada, which is just across the Niagara River, opposite Buffalo, New York. I have been saving my money and sending it to my people at Fort Erie, and they have it deposited in the bank at Buffalo to my credit. I have a few $100s there, and if I could only write a letter tonight and mail it on the early train tomorrow morning, it would reach Fort Erie tomorrow night. My friends could then send me all the money that I need, which I would receive the day after tomorrow at Petroleum." To this he replied, "I am a pretty good penman and would be glad to write the letter for you." On saying this, he excused himself and went to his house, which was close by, and returned in a few minutes with letter paper, envelopes, and a nice big lunch for two, and a pot of hot coffee. We ate the lunch, and I had some cigars in my pocket. Then he started to write the letter at my dictation. In dictating the letter, I used as many of the words as I could intelligently get in, which had been used in the anonymous letters, the contents of which I had familiarized myself with. This letter of mine was not necessarily very long, as I discovered that he was using the same quality of paper upon which the anonymous letters were written. I also noticed before he had written 3 lines that it was the same handwriting, and that he was using the same ink, and no doubt the same pen that he had used in writing the anonymous letters. He addressed the envelope, sealed and stamped it. I thanked him and departed for Petroleum Center, apparently, but in reality for Oil City, where I arrived about 6 o'clock in the morning. During the forenoon, I submitted my dictated letter together with the anonymous letters to an expert who was connected with the First National Bank of Oil City. He unhesitatingly stated that the letters were all written by the same person. I then went back in the afternoon to the lease, knowing as I did that George, whom I had met the night before, would be off duty and probably in bed. I carefully shoveled the snow from around the faucet of the tank, and when I got down to the ground, I found 2 very distinct tracks of a number 8 boot. The boots had been recently half-soled, the shoemaker who had made the repairs having placed 3 nails in a row across the center of the half-soles. This was his trademark. I soon located the shoemaker who had done this work. He remembered having repaired the boots for Hendrie Book a couple of days before the emptying of the tank. I then returned to Oil City, procured a warrant for the rest of the Book brothers, and that night about 11 o'clock I arrived at the Ackett lease, where I found George on duty as he had been the night before, and I found Hendrie in bed at George's house. On this occasion I was accompanied by 2 of my officers. We drove out in a sleigh. After making the arrest, we searched the house, which was a 1-story building with an attic. In the attic we found wagon loads of loot from the Ackett lease and adjacent leases that was afterwards identified by the owners as having been stolen from time to time, as before mentioned. The Book brothers in due time had a preliminary hearing and were committed to the county jail in default of bail. In the meantime, Hendrie Book had confessed to having emptied the oil tank, and George admitted the writing of the anonymous letters. About a week before their trial was to take place, there was a general jail delivery at Franklin, Pennsylvania, effected one very stormy night. There were 15 or more prisoners who escaped. The Book brothers were among them. They boarded a northbound freight on the A&G WRR, which is now known as the Erie. When at a point about 20 miles north of Franklin, this freight train collided with another train. In the wreck, Henry Book was killed instantly, and George was so badly hurt that he died the following day. Thus ended the Hackett case. I consumed in all not to exceed 6 days in connection with this case, unassisted except upon the night of the arrests, when I was accompanied by 2 of my officers, whose names were George W. Fry and Max Fulton. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 28. Charlie Dalton, Outlaw. Spectacular arrest of this much-wanted man on a crowded St. Louis streetcar. The arrest in St. Louis on the evening of March 12, 1888, of the notorious Charlie Dalton was accomplished in a rather unique yet sensational manner. Dalton had been scouting for a couple of years, with a large reward offered by the state of Texas and the Missouri Pacific Railway hanging over his head. Almost every sheriff, police officer, and detective in the country had his description and were looking for him. The charge was murder, and the crime was committed during the 1886 strike on the Gould properties. On the afternoon of April 3, 1886, a freight train pulled out of Fort Worth, Texas for New Orleans, Louisiana. Besides the regular crew, the train carried a number of guards, in charge of Jim Courtwright, a noted Western officer, who had formerly been chief of police, sheriff, and deputy United States Marshal at Fort Worth. As the train neared the Fort Worth and New Orleans crossing, it was fired on by a gang of outlaws and cutthroats headed by Dalton, who were in ambush behind a pile of ties on the Missouri Pacific right-of-way. 2 of the guards were killed outright, and several wounded. The crime created a great sensation throughout the entire country because of its dastardliness. The St. Louis Globe-Democrat of April 13, 1886, editorially referred to it as the Fort Worth Massacre. Dalton and some of his gang were indicted by the grand jury, but when the officers began a hunt for them, they had disappeared. Circulars announcing the amount of the reward and giving a description of the men wanted were scattered almost broadcast over the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I received one of them, studied it carefully, and got into communication with the officers at Fort Worth. I had never seen Dalton, but I had seen his brother Jerry, who was connected with the track department of the Missouri Pacific Railroad in St. Louis, where he lived. I noticed a resemblance in the photo I had of Charlie to that of his brother, and had instructed my operatives to keep a sharp lookout for Charlie, as I had learned that his mother was then residing in Carondelet. In the latter part of February of 1888, one of my operatives reported that he had learned from a reliable source that the much-wanted man had been seen at his mother's home in Carondelet. Whereupon I took measures to have the premises watched. I later learned that he had been making a practice of visiting the Standard Theater nightly. On learning this, I arranged with the chief of police of St. Louis to detail a couple of his men to visit the Standard Theater nightly, where I should have one of my men who knew Dalton on hand, so that he might point him out to the officers, and they were to arrest him. These arrangements were all completed on the afternoon of March 12, 1888. At about 6 o'clock that evening, I left my office for home. I then lived at 2723 Walnut Street, and I walked to the corner of 8th and Market Streets, where I boarded a horse car for home. The car proceeded west, and when we got to the corner of 10th and Market Streets, two good-sized, rough-looking young men ran to the rear end of the car and swung themselves onto the platform, one of them lighting heavily on my right foot and hurting me very much. His partner followed him and stood on the lower step. This man, who had tramped on my foot, offered no apology for his rudeness, and in fact paid no attention to me or the injury he had done, but instead remarked to his partner that people ought to get out of the way when they saw a person wanting to catch a car. His partner said, "Charlie, we can't stay out at Jerry's but a few minutes. As you know, I've got tickets for the Standard tonight, and we must get there early to get good seats." "We won't stay out there only long enough to say goodbye, as we leave town in the morning," replied Charlie. While they were talking, I took a good look at the man addressed as Charlie, and from the conversation, and from the resemblance he had to his brother, I concluded that the man thus addressed was Charlie Dalton. I knew who Jerry was, and I saw the resemblance that Charlie bore to him. I also knew that the car would necessarily have to pass what was then known as the Mounted Police Station, located between 27th and 28th Streets on Market Street, and before reaching Jerry's house, and I decided that when we got in front of the station, I would arrest Mr. Dalton and lock him up there. He was standing directly in front of me on the platform, and had me crowded up against the rear dashboard. He was a burly fellow, considerably taller than I was, and would weigh 175 pounds. Having become satisfied that I had made no mistake in his identity, I waited until we had arrived in front of the police station, when I seized him by the coat collar with my left hand, pulled the bell cord, and after the car had slowed up, I sprang to the ground, taking Dalton with me. But as he struck the street, he facing the car, he fell on his back, and I, still holding onto his coat collar, reached for his pistol, which I was sure I would find, and I was not disappointed, for there it was in the waistband of his trousers, and proved to be a .41 Colt's. Dalton then made an attempt to rise, but I took all the fight out of him by giving him a blow over the head with his own weapon. "What is this for?" he asked. "Your name is Charlie Dalton, and you're under arrest for murder," I replied. "My name is Charlie Dalton, all right, by God, partner," he exclaimed. I then took him by the collar and assisted him to his feet. I took the prisoner over to the police station and had him locked up, and later wired the Fort Worth authorities that I had arrested Charlie Dalton, and he was being held by the police of St. Louis, subject to their orders. In due time I received a reply from the chief of police at Fort Worth, requesting me to bring Dalton to that city, providing he would go without waiting for requisition papers. Dalton having already informed me that he would go to Texas without requisition papers, I left with him for Fort Worth the following evening. On our arrival there, the prisoner was lodged in jail, and remained there a number of months without bond. Between the date of the crime and the arrest of the cutthroat, a number of witnesses against him had died. Others had left the state, and the result was that when his trial was called, the state was unable to produce its evidence, and the defendant was finally released from custody. While it is true that I was anxious to apprehend this outlaw for the Texas authorities, and had just finished making preparations to do so should he visit the Standard Theater that night, because of his known desperate character, and the further fact that he was accompanied by a big husky pal, I doubt that I would have attempted his arrest single-handed had it not been for the incidents enumerated. I know I would not have recognized him on this crowded car had not his rudeness attracted my attention, especially to him. The remarks of his pal settled the question of his identity in my mind, and the pain in my foot and his insolence aroused my ire. The arrest followed, and it has a moral. People should be careful as to whose toes they trample on. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 29 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cooke. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 29. In the latter part of the 90s, Stephen B. Miles, a wealthy resident of Nebraska, died, leaving an estate consisting of lands in Nebraska and Kansas, bank stocks and bonds, and other property valued at several millions of dollars. He was survived by a wife, from whom he had been divorced, 2 sons, Joseph H. and Samuel, a daughter, a number of nieces and nephews, and several grandchildren. One of the sons, Joseph H., was a prominent banker and businessman in Falls City, Nebraska, and also had large interests in other towns in that state. He had been a telegraph operator in his younger days and was highly esteemed by all who knew him, not only as a good citizen, but a wide-awake, clean businessman. The other son, Samuel, was about 40 years of age and resided with his family on one of his father's ranches over the Nebraska line in Kansas. He had been rather wild in his younger days and had caused his father much trouble because of his dissolute habits. Shortly after the death of the elder Miles, a will was found in an old suitcase, the provisions of which made Joseph H. Miles executor and trustee of the estate and the chief beneficiary, Samuel being left, besides some money, a life interest in the ranch on which he and his family were living. At the death of him and his wife, the ranch was to be deeded to Samuel's children. The will also plainly provided that Samuel could not either entail or dispose of the land. The provisions of the will were very unsatisfactory, of course, to Samuel Miles, and at the suggestion of his counsel, he began court proceedings to prevent the probating of it, and, not succeeding in this, later brought suit to have the will set aside. In 1900, I had in my employ an operative by the name of D.F. Harbaugh. This man had become well known and had obtained considerable newspaper notoriety in and about Kansas City through cases he had worked on under my instructions. One day Harbaugh was approached in Kansas City by one of the lawyers employed to break the will, and asked if he, Harbaugh, could find a man whose former reputation had been good, who would go on the witness stand and testify to having drawn up and witnessed a will made by the elder Miles, while on one of his numerous trips to St. Louis during his lifetime. During the talk, the lawyer told Harbaugh all about the conspiracy that had been formed to break the will by finding a later will, and gave the names of all connected with the scheme. One of these men was a prominent lawyer in Falls City, Nebraska, another a man of great prominence in Omaha and who had a big political pull throughout the state, while another was in good standing at the bar in St. Louis at that time. Harbaugh was further told that he would be paid a fee of $10,000 for his part when the will was broken, and as a further compensation, the lawyer would send him to the Paris Exposition and back, paying all expenses up to the sum of $5,000. Harbaugh agreed to give the lawyer an answer in a few days, and left that evening for St. Louis. The next morning Harbaugh told me all about the proposition that had been made to him, and asked for my opinion as to the best thing to do. I at once said, "There seems to be but 2 things to do in this case. One is for you to completely ignore the proposition, as there can be no doubt as to the rascality of all the parties who are in any way connected with the scheme. The other, and in my opinion the right thing to do, is for us to try and locate this man, Joseph H. Miles, and apprise him of the conspiracy that is being worked up by these lawyers and his own brother against him. For if we keep quiet and ignore the matter, they will, in all probability, secure a man who will accept the proposition, and we would be parties to this conspiracy for not having exposed it." "Well," replied Harbaugh, You are the boss, and it is up to you. I have told you all I know about the matter. I told this lawyer that his proposition was very important, and coming to me suddenly, I would need a few days to think the matter over, and it would require at least a few days to select the right kind of man, one that could be trusted. He approved of this and expects an answer from me in a week or 10 days. I at once undertook to locate Joseph H. Miles and succeeded in 12 hours. I found that he lived at Falls City, Nebraska, that he was president of the First National Bank of that place, had a bank in another Nebraska city, and had a large interest in a bank in York, Pennsylvania, that he was a respectable citizen and prominent businessman, and very well known. After locating him, I wrote him a letter which read about as follows. Mr. Joseph H. Miles, Falls City, Nebraska. Dear Sir, if you are the son of the late Stephen B. Miles, and have a brother by the name of Samuel Miles, and a number of nephews and nieces who reside in Kansas and Nebraska, I have important information for you, and will impart it personally if you will come to St. Louis. I would suggest that you bring your lawyer, as I believe my information important enough to justify you in so doing. On receipt of this, I wish that you would telegraph me, stating when you will leave Falls City and at what time you will arrive at St. Louis. On arriving at St. Louis, go to the Planters Hotel, look at the register where you will find my name, and you can come direct to my room, where I will be waiting for you and your attorney. I am using a fictitious name for reasons that I will explain to you when I see you. Yours very truly. On receipt of the above letter, Mr. Miles wired me promptly that he would leave Falls City the same evening and would arrive at St. Louis the following morning via the Burlington route, and would carry out instructions as per my letter. I went to the Planters Hotel that evening, registered under the name I had given Mr. Miles, and was assigned to a room on the 4th floor. The next morning about 8 o'clock, Mr. Joseph H. Miles, accompanied by his lawyers, ex-Judge Gillespie of Falls City and ex-Judge Martin of the same place, and the latter's son, who was a stenographer. I admitted them, and Mr. Miles stated his name and asked if I was Mr. Foster, to which I replied in the affirmative. He introduced the other gentlemen, and after they were seated, I began my story by saying, Gentlemen, my name is Thomas Furlong, and I use the name of Foster in writing to Mr. Miles because my name and business are known to a great many people in Nebraska, and a party connected with what I know to be a conspiracy against Mr. Miles resides and is an old citizen of Falls City, and would probably know my name if he heard it, and I did not know but what he might be connected with or know people connected with the telegraph office, and would thus learn that I had communicated with Mr. Miles. So I deemed it advisable not to use my own name. Now, gentlemen, before I give you the information that I have promised, I wish that you would call on any of the general managers of any of the railroads that enter St. Louis, or the president of any bank in the city whom you may know, and ask him as to my character and standing. Mr. Miles asked, Does Mr. William Nicholson know you? I replied that Mr. Nicholson knew me very well. Mr. Miles said, Mr. Nicholson is my correspondent here and has charge of more than $1 million of our estate. We walked over to Mr. Nicholson's bank, and Mr. Miles entered the private office, leaving me standing in the corridor outside. As he entered the office, he left the door open. Mr. Nicholson arose and greeted him, and at the same time spoke to me. After the greeting, Mr. Miles said to Mr. Nicholson, I see that you know Mr. Furlong. Yes, replied Mr. Nicholson, I have known Tom for years, and he is welcome to anything I have. Mr. Miles said, Mr. Furlong told me that you knew him, and insisted on me coming down here and asking you about his standing in St. Louis. After a little further conversation, Mr. Miles shook hands with Mr. Nicholson, and we returned to my room at the Planters, where Judges Martin and Gillespie and the stenographer were awaiting us. I then related in detail the story that I had recently heard from Harbaugh. After I had completed the narrative, all of which was taken in shorthand by the stenographer, the younger Mr. Martin, Harbaugh was sent for, and he verified the statements I had made to the gentleman. The conference then adjourned, the luncheon hour having arrived. All parties again assembled in my room at the Planters at 2:00, when Judge Martin said, "We have been considering this statement of yours, Mr. Furlong. We have known for some time that these lawyers you have named have been trying to make trouble, but did not know until you told us today just what they intended to do. And now I want to say that Mr. Miles and myself appreciate what you have done in this matter so far, and we are anxious for your opinion as to what you think is the best way to proceed." To which I replied, "I believe the best way to proceed would be for Harbaugh to go to the lawyer in Kansas City and tell him that he would accept his proposition, and that he would secure a man who could be relied on, and who would assume that he had written the will for the elder Mr. Miles. I would then select a man that I could trust and turn him over to Harbaugh. Harbaugh would take him to Kansas City and put him under the guidance of the lawyer. After these conspirators had thoroughly posted and instructed the man, whom they will expect to deliberately commit perjury, they will probably have his disposition taken in St. Louis. He will take the stand and be able to answer all questions put to him until asked if he wrote the will. When he is asked this question, being under oath, of course, he will tell the truth. In this way we will be able to prove the enormity of the crime and the cool audacity of the parties connected with it." I turned to Mr. Miles and said, "This is my opinion, but if you do not approve of it and prefer to employ someone else to handle the case for you, you of course are at liberty to do so. I felt that it was my duty to advise you of this conspiracy and the manner in which I had received my information." Judge Martin said, "Mr. Furlong, we want you to handle this case for us." And Mr. Miles nodded his head and said, "Yes, I want you to handle this case for me, and to handle it in your own way, and I will pay you your regular charge, allow you the expenses incurred, and pay you extra for your service." I told Mr. Miles that I did not expect anything of that sort, as I did not believe in rewards and never worked for them. He insisted, however, on paying me extra for my services, which he did, and had divided it equally with Harbaugh. I instructed Harbaugh to go to Kansas City and get in touch with the crooked lawyer, which he did. I selected a man whom I knew well and believed to be honest. I instructed him as to what I wanted him to do, and in due time he was introduced to the Kansas City lawyer by Harbaugh. The lawyer began instructing him and gave him a minute description of the deceased Stephen B. Miles, whom of course this man had never seen. He posted him as to a room in the old St. James Hotel that had been occupied by Stephen B. Miles in one of his trips to St. Louis. This was the place where the fake will was supposed to have been written. The lawyer was pleased with the man I had sent, and feasted and dined him on several occasions when he was in Kansas City rehearsing the part he was to play in the conspiracy. In the meantime, Harbaugh had grown to be the apple of the crooked lawyer's eye, and from the good treatment he received from this creature, Harbaugh had begun to admire him for his liberality. At last the day was set for the taking of the deposition of the man who was supposed to have written the will. Due notice was served on the respective parties interested, and at the appointed time our man appeared at the office of the St. Louis attorney, and the taking of his deposition began. After being duly sworn, the St. Louis representative of the conspirators began to examine the witness in the usual way, asking a few preliminary questions, and at last reached the question, "Did you know Stephen B. Miles, deceased, and did you not write this will for him?" indicating a paper he had in his hand. The witness said, "I have known a number of men by the name of Miles. Allow me to describe one of them, and if his description suits, I will be able to answer your question." I had previously requested Mr. Miles' attorney to let the St. Louis lawyer do all the questioning and examining, and not to object to any question that he might put to the witness, unless it was entirely out of reason. Therefore, they merely sat still, carefully noting everything and objecting to nothing. Of course, the conspirators were anxious to get a strong description from the witness, and therefore he was permitted to describe the man Miles, for whom he was supposed to have written the will. The St. Louis attorney kept nodding approval to his fine description of the dead man. When he had fully described Mr. Stephen B. Miles to the satisfaction of the conspirators, He took the purported will and examined it carefully, saying, "The handwriting on that document looks like my handwriting, but," in a loud, clear voice, "I did not write this or any other will for Mr. Stephen B. Miles or any other person. I have never met the man, Stephen B. Miles, nor the man I have just described. I was instructed to give the description that I have given here by these lawyers," pointing to the St. Louis and Kansas City lawyers who were both present, "and I was expected by them to testify that I had written this will, and I was promised $5,000 if I would." The reader can easily imagine the consternation that reigned among the conspirators at this testimony from the one they trusted would be their star witness. Our man left the stand, and the further taking of testimony was discontinued, it is needless to add. Mr. Miles and his attorneys believed that these conspirators had ceased their efforts for a time, but later on they produced another man, whom they claimed had written the second will for Stephen B. Miles. He was a young man, also a lawyer, and had at one time lived in St. Louis for a short time, married there, and had gone to Old Mexico. He was discovered in Mexico by the Kansas City outfit and induced to come back to Chicago, Illinois, where his deposition was taken. He claimed to have written the will for an old man in St. Louis, but he was either afraid to describe him or could not do so. Therefore, his testimony was worthless. The conspirators continued to try to break the original will until it was finally pronounced legal and valid by the Supreme Court of Nebraska, and Joseph H. Miles' rights were thoroughly and legally established. During this litigation, however, 2 of the parties in the conspiracy died, and the others were not prosecuted for complicity, although their actions had put Joseph H. Miles to considerable trouble and expense. They had made several indirect propositions to Mr. Miles looking to a compromise, but he promptly repelled all of them. Harbaugh's connection with my service has long since been severed, and he is now in the employ of Mr. Joseph H. Miles as manager of his large stock ranch in Nebraska, not far from Falls City, where the writer is informed he is doing well. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melanie Young. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 30. The Big Southwest Strike. How the blows which caused the death knell of the Knights of Labor were administered. Stirring scenes and incidents connected with the big strike of 1886. If you have an ambition to lead a strenuous life, young man, and feel that excitement would serve as a tonic for your nervous system, and you want to gratify your ambition and secure the tonic in greater than homeopathic doses, both at the same time, just get yourself appointed chief special agent of a big railroad during a general strike. I am doping you right, for I have been on the job on several occasions during a strike, consequently know what I am writing about. The most strenuous 30 days of my long career, however, were the 30 days in 1886, when the whole southwestern system of gold roads were tied up, and there was nothing doing in the traffic line. While there had been differences between the shopmen and the company for some time, these differences were considered trivial, and neither side had expected that they would result in a strike. Consequently, neither the men nor the company were prepared for the struggle when it began, at 10 o'clock on the morning of the 4th of March. The shopmen, as well as many other employees of the gold roads, including engineers, firemen, and trainmen, were nearly all members of the Knights of Labor. Organizers and professional labor agitators had been busy all along the line for months, coaxing and coercing the men into the order. Martin Arns had been selected as chairman of the grievance committee, and while in Texas attending a meeting of the committee, called the strike, without consulting the national officers of the organization, a violation of one of the order's most stringent rules. He afterwards admitted that he would not have called the strike had he been sober. Martin Ahrens, chairman of the Knights of Labor Strike Committee on the Gould System in 1886. Ahrens was a little weazen-faced Scotch-Irishman with a past, as most of these professional labor agitators have. At the time of the strike, he was on the payroll as a machinist of the Pacific Company at Sedalia, where he was living with what is nowadays called an affinity, he having deserted his wife and several children in Ray County years before. He was thoroughly unreliable, a drunkard, and was hated by most of his followers. There were two redeeming things about him, however. A good voice was one of them. He could have earned a large salary as a train caller or a barker for a tent show, and he was a good actor. Notwithstanding his repulsive appearance and the fact that the shopmen did not like him, he could sway them as he pleased, if granted the privilege of addressing them, fill them with either tears or indignation as best suited the occasion. He never made a speech in his life, though, during which he did not pay his respects to me and my men, and tell how we were shadowing and hounding him day and night. He did this to create sympathy. As a matter of fact, there never was a time when any of Gould's capitalistic bloodhounds, to use his own favorite expression, were ever on his trail. He was always regarded by my men and myself as a harmless demagogue, and not capable of doing anything that would cause us much trouble. In fact, the only thing he ever did in which he did not leave a trail behind him as wide as a railroad right-of-way was the wiretapping job he supervised during the strike, which will be referred to later. As stated previously, the strike was called at 10 o'clock on the morning of March 4th, 1886. The sound of the big whistle, the blowing of which was the signal for the men to quit work, had hardly died away before the main yards of the company at St. Louis, which were just west of the old 12th Street station, were filled with a mob of at least 10,000 Knights of Labor and sympathizers. The company's shops at Choteau and 29th Streets were also at once taken possession of by the strikers and their friends. Notwithstanding the fact that many of the employees of the company were loyal and did not want to leave their jobs, these demonstrations caused them to do so. A call was sent in to police headquarters by General Superintendent Kerrigan, who was in charge of the operation of the Missouri Pacific and Iron Mountain roads, in the absence of Vice President and General Manager Hoxie, who was detained at his home on account of illness, asking for police protection for the company's loyal employees and property. Major Lawrence Harrigan, then Chief of Police, responded to this call by detailing Sergeant Jack Campbell, who was afterwards Chief of Police, and 18 men for duty on the company's property. The reader can easily imagine the predicament in which this little handful of officers found themselves in attempting to handle a mob of at least 10,000. On orders from Mr. Kerrigan, I secured 3 engines and crews, and we began to make up a train. At this sign of activity, the mob became frantic. 2 of the engines were soon derailed and disabled. I then placed my force of special officers, which consisted of but a few men, on the remaining engine, and attempted to continue the switching of cars in order to get out a train of perishable goods, but we could not make any headway, as the mob pulled the pins, threw switches, derailed cars, and otherwise interfered with the work. After a couple of hours had been thus consumed, I suggested to Mr. Kerrigan that we had furnished enough entertainment for the mob for one day, and told him I was going to take the engine to the roundhouse to keep it from being disabled. "Do you think you can succeed in doing it, Tom?" asked Mr. Kerrigan. "I will do my best," I replied. For goodness sake, do it then, and when you get through, come to my office, as I want to consult with you." The engine, which had been abandoned by the engineer and fireman, was standing just east of 12th Street, a portion of it being under the viaduct which spanned that thoroughfare. The viaduct was lined with spectators and strikers and their sympathizers, many of the latter being armed with paving stones, links, pens, etc. As I climbed aboard the cab, some miscreant hurled a paving stone at me. It came within a few inches of landing on my head. It is needless to state that if it had struck me, I would not be writing this story. David R. Francis, at that time mayor of St. Louis, was viewing the situation from the viaduct and witnessed the attempt on my life. Turning to Robert S. McDonald, former circuit attorney and a well-known lawyer, the mayor exclaimed, "That man Furlong will get killed by that mob." After the incident, I espied the engineer standing in the crowd. I called to him in a loud voice, "Come here and let us take this engine to the roundhouse." On hearing this, a mighty shout went up from the mob, and there was much rejoicing and clapping of hands, they thinking they had achieved a great victory, just what I wanted them to think. The engineer climbed on the engine, and we made the trip to the roundhouse without molestation. After the engine had been safely placed in its stall, I went at once to the office of General Superintendent Kerrigan. After thoroughly discussing the situation which confronted us, I suggested that he call on Judge Portis, at that time General Attorney of the Missouri Pacific, and insist on him preparing a legal notice to be served on the Mayor and Police Board and Sheriff of St. Louis, setting forth that the company was being hindered in the operation of its property within the city and county of St. Louis and state of Missouri by a mob, that the company had many $100,000 worth of perishable property in its cars in the yards in St. Louis, and also had plenty of competent and loyal employees who were willing and anxious to do the work of switching the cars and running the trains, but were prevented from doing so by said mob. Therefore, the company, after the serving of this notice, intended to hold the said city and county and state liable for all damages sustained by the company by reason of said mob's interference, as aforesaid. Mr. Kerrigan, acting on this suggestion, immediately called in Judge Portis, C.G. Warner, General Auditor, W.H. Newman, the General Freight Traffic Manager, and some other officers of the road, and had me repeat the suggestion to them, which I did. The attorney did not take kindly to the proposition at first, but at the demand of Mr. Kerrigan the notices were prepared, and later served on the officials named. The receiving of these notices by the officials awakened them to their responsibilities. That evening a meeting of the police board was called by President Blair, and at its close an order was issued to Chief of Police Harrigan, instructing him to don his uniform early the next morning and lead every available man in the department to the Missouri Pacific Yards, where he was to so station his men that none but loyal employees could enter the yards. The board's orders were carried out, the chief causing a line of men to be formed around the yards before the strikers had entered upon the property of the company. At the head of a force of 28 men, including a full train crew, conductor, engineer, fireman, and 3 brakemen, I made up a train of 10 cars and started west with them. We were not molested until we arrived at the Compton Avenue crossing. At this point, a number of strikers, under the leadership of a notorious agitator named Geary, were seen on the track. Each striker carried a small American flag, which they stuck up in the middle of the track at the crossing, and then every one began signaling us to stop, shouting to us that we did not dare run over an American flag. I want to state right here that no man in this country has a greater respect for Old Glory than I have. I put in 4 years, 1 month, and 8 days defending it on one occasion, and thus helped to make it what it is today, and it made me feel pretty bad to see it put to the use it was on this occasion, and it is the only time in my life that I failed to pay the flag the respect due it. To make the story shorter, we paid no attention to the flags, and would have run over the mob had they not skedaddled out of the way of that train. At the city limits, Sergeant Campbell, who had been riding on the engine with me, left the train, and we continued on our journey westward. Sitting on the running board on either side of the engine, I had two men, Billy Bonnell and Mike Gibbons, each armed with a shotgun. On the deadwood, or cowcatcher, in front of the engine, I had two other men, JenMcKeown and W.K. Moore, each armed with revolvers and each carrying a clawbar. We had expected to find some spiked switches, and these clawbars were to be used in pulling the spikes. The balance of my guards, all armed, were placed in the caboose and on top of the boxcars. No trouble was encountered until we neared Pacific. We pulled into the town slowly, with all brakes set, so there would be no slack in the train, thus making it impossible for anyone to dodge in between the cars and pull the pins, thus uncoupling the cars. We knew a lot of strikers had gone out to Pacific over the Frisco that morning, and expected trouble on arriving at that town. We were not disappointed. The first switch encountered had been turned for the side tracks and spiked, as had every other switch leading from the main line. My men who were armed with clawbars soon pulled the spikes and reset the switches, and we slowly creeped into the town. The strikers were holding a meeting in an old brick house on the first road east of Pacific. But on hearing our train coming, the meeting was broken up, and the men ran to a sand bin located just east of the depot and took refuge behind it. As our train pulled by this sandband, at least 100 shots were fired at the train. Strange to say, not one of my men was hurt, but the cab and caboose and some of the cars were badly splintered by the bullets. After pulling by the sandbin, the mob ran after the train, and one of the leaders, named Davis, picked up a drawbar and rushed to the front of the caboose, which he was unable to do as we were running so slowly, and attempted to throw the drawbar under the front wheels of the caboose for the purpose of derailing it. He would probably have succeeded had not Marshall F. McDonald, the noted St. Louis attorney, who had volunteered to act as one of my guards, saw what the man was attempting to do. The lawyer was so enraged at Davis' audacity that he picked up a coupling pin, which was lying on the platform of the caboose, and hit the striker over the head with it. It is needless to add that we had no more trouble with Davis that day, as he went down for the count, as the sporting writer would put it. When we were fired upon by the mob entrenched behind the sandbin, I had hard work to control my men, they wanting to return the fire. I had previously told them not to fire a shot without my orders, but in the event I was compelled to order them to fire, I had instructed them to shoot to kill. After the first volley, and there being no return fire, the strikers concluded the guards were afraid to shoot, and immediately set about to uncouple the train. In this they were foiled, as they could not pull the pins. They then tried to climb to the top of the cars for the purpose of disarming the guards and throwing them from the train. In this they were again foiled, for the guards, using their weapons for clubs, beat them off. As soon as the striker's head appeared at the top of the ladder, he received a blow over it that caused him to either fall to the ground or scamper back down the ladder. Many of them were badly injured, either from the fall or the blow from the weapon in the hands of the guards. One of the mob singled me out and kept peppering away at me with a revolver. One of my men, Mike Gibbons, from his seat on the running board of the engine, and who was armed with a shotgun, wanted to get this man, but I would not let him do it. The fight was fast and furious, however, and lasted until our train had passed through the town. Our train met with no further trouble of importance until we arrived at Chamois, the end of the first freight division. Here the foreman of the roundhouse had deserted his post and joined the strikers, and was acting as leader, and not one of the company's employees were on duty, that is, for the company. As soon as we pulled in, the strikers surrounded the train, but attempted no acts of violence, they evidently being overawed at the sight of the 22 armed guards. I made a short but impressive talk to the men, using as near as I can recall it the following language. Gentlemen, I am special agent of the Missouri Pacific Railroad. These men you see with me here are in my department. We have no grievances against the company and are in no way interested in this strike, except to protect life and property. I want to convey to you, Mr. Foreman, the thanks of the management of the company to yourself and your associates for the good care you have taken of the company's property. I am here now with these men to relieve you of any further responsibility in the matter, and all of you are hereby notified to get off and stay off of the company's right-of-way until the trouble has been satisfactorily adjusted. If you attempt to get back on the right-of-way or in any manner attempt to interfere with my men while in the discharge of their duties, or with the movement of trains, or commit other depredations, you are liable to get shot. At the conclusion of my talk, the strikers left the company's premises. On investigation, I found 19 dead engines. That is, 19 engines from which the water had been removed. The supply water tank was also as dry as the proverbial powder horn, and the pumping machinery disabled, parts of the engine having been removed, and as I afterwards learned, thrown into the little creek from which the water to supply the tank was obtained. As it was getting late in the day, I went over to the hotel to make arrangements for getting supper for my men and crew. The proprietor told me there was nothing doing, as he did not want to take chances on getting his building burned down by the Knights of Labor. All of the balance of the regular eating houses and boarding houses in the town refused to accommodate us for the same reason. They had been notified by the committee not to do so. They would be boycotted if they did, and it had been intimated that even greater punishment might be meted out to them in case the committee's orders were violated. Later, a good old German lady named Mrs. Stolpelman, who had 2 sons who were loyal employees of the company, sent for me and told me she was not afraid of the Knights of Labor, and cared nothing about a boycott or what her neighbors might say, and she would feed us if we desired her to do so. It is needless to add that we accepted of her hospitality. After a good supper, I learned where the missing parts of the pumping engine had been thrown, and 2 of my men, Messrs. McKeown and Moore, who were both good machinists and engineers, were set to work to repair the engine. The water in the creek where the missing parts of the engine had been thrown was about 4 feet deep and was partially covered with ice. McKeown and Moore entered the icy water, while I and others held torches and fished out the missing parts. The engine was repaired, and by morning we had the supply tank nearly full of water. Early the next morning we fired up one of the dead engines, and attaching it to the train of 10 cars, sent it on to Sedalia in charge of a crew and 2 guards. Leaving 11 men at Chamois in charge of Mr. W.K. Moore, I made up a train of 15 loaded cars, and with the remainder of my men started on our return trip to St. Louis. No trouble occurred until our arrival at Pacific, where the scenes attending our arrival there the day before were partially reenacted. We got through Pacific without any serious trouble, however, and arrived in St. Louis about 2 p.m. The St. Louis strikers had not been idle while I was out on the road, however. On pulling into the Choteau Avenue yards, the first thing I saw was that the big turntable had been put out of commission. The strikers had deliberately run an engine into the pit, not only blocking the turntable, but badly damaging the engine. The next morning, Wednesday, Mr. Kerrigan sent for me to call at his office. On arriving, I was told that the strikers had attacked the Washington accommodation, containing 3 coaches loaded with passengers bound for St. Louis, at Gray's Summit, a little station west of Pacific, and had run the train onto a siding and killed the engine. I at once repaired to the Choteau Avenue yards, and taking an engine, attached it to a coach, into which I placed 10 picked men, all well armed, and the run was made to Gray's Summit in fairly good time. The strikers and sympathizers soon dispersed when commanded to do so by me. One of my men, JenMcKeown, who was an experienced engineer, disconnected the disabled engine, taking off the side rods, and in a remarkably short time we had coupled the disabled engine in the coaches on behind our coach. We then ran our engine to a Y west of the little town, and after turning it around, brought the passengers safely to St. Louis, where we arrived a little before dark. The rescue of this passenger train was the entering wedge which broke the strike. On arriving at the roundhouse that evening, a messenger was awaiting me with a note from General Manager Kerrigan, asking me to call at his office at 6th and Locust Streets to consult with the officers of the company. On arriving at Mr. Kerrigan's office, I found Mr. Newman, Freight Traffic Manager, and Mr. Werner, the General Auditor, awaiting me. These 3 gentlemen were handling the strike situation for the company, in the absence of Vice President and General Manager Hoxie. They had learned of the conditions at the Choteau Avenue shops, of the running of the engine into the turntable pit, and also of the large number of men the strikers had on guard, both outside and inside of the fence which surrounded the shops. Mr. Kerrigan, recognizing the fact that we could do but little without engines, and as all the engines, save 1 or 2, were safely locked within the roundhouse, expressed himself as wishing to again get possession of the roundhouse. In discussing the best means of doing this, the gentleman thought it best to call on the police department for enough men to drive the strikers away. I told them that it was not necessary to do that, as I could get possession of the shops at any time. "How can you do it, Tom?" asked Mr. Werner. "It will not take as long to do the job as it will to tell you about it," I replied, and further told them that we would be in possession of the shops again by daylight the next morning, if they so desired. They told me to go ahead and get possession of the shops in my own way. At that time I knew where I could get my hands on between 40 and 60 of my men. I sent messengers to hunt up these men, instructing them to report to me on the Henlon lot, southeast corner of Grand and Laclede Avenues, promptly at 2:30 the next morning. They were further instructed to slip into the rendezvous quietly, not more than 1 or 2 going in together at a time, and all were given a password by which they would be able to identify each other. At the time fixed, 46 men had reported, all well armed. I formed them into a double line, and after cautioning them to be careful about stumbling or coughing, or making a noise of any kind, marched them down Grand Avenue to the railroad track, and then down to the west gate of the fence surrounding the shops. On arriving there and finding the gate fastened on the inside, 4 men were boosted over the high fence. These men soon had the gate open, and the balance marched in. Immediately on entering the shopyard, the men split ranks, half going to the right and the other half to the left, JenMcKeown heading one squad and I the other. The strikers had placed pickets every few rods all along the inside of the fence, but our entrance had been made so suddenly and noiselessly that these pickets had no time to sound an alarm. They were quickly disarmed of their clubs or bludgeons and taken along with us from one station to the other until every picket in the yard had been captured. They were taken to the gate and boosted out. We then entered the shops, where we found many strikers asleep on benches and work tables. These were thrown out of the building before they hardly had time to get their eyes open. A good-sized crowd of watchers and beer canners were on the outside of the east gate of the fence. These men, too, were driven from the right-of-way. By daylight we were again in complete possession of the shops, as I had promised my superiors we would be, without a blow being struck or anyone hurt. I then sent trusted men down into the city to the quarters where men out of work usually congregate, with instructions to hire all the men they could find and quietly get them into the shops in small groups. I did not care what the previous occupations of these men had been, just so they were able-bodied, It did not make any difference to me whether they had ever seen the inside of the railroad shop before. All I wanted was men who could make a noise. We soon had a sufficient number of these men inside of the shops to serve my purpose. Engines were fired up, fire was built in the blacksmith forges, and the big engine in the powerhouse was set in motion. In fact, to those on the outside of the shop who could see the smoke coming out of the smokestacks and hear the noise, and to those who could get a peep through the gates, the shops presented a scene of great activity. Men were pounding great molten pieces of iron on the blacksmith's anvils, while others were pounding away on big pieces of boiler iron. But they were not blacksmiths or boilermakers. They were simply playing a part assigned to them by the master mechanic and myself. Other men represented machinists, while others were painters, car repairers, and helpers. Of course, all these actors and guards had to be fed, so we established a commissary and a kitchen and brought in a lot of cots for these men and guards to sleep on, which were placed in the building. To those who are not familiar with the handling of strikers, I will tell why we employed all those unskilled men. It was for the purpose of making the strikers believe that we were fast filling their places, which it did, for in the next day or so many of the men who went out quietly made application for reinstatement. In many instances, these applications were acted upon favorably and the men put to work, and the backbone of the strike was thus broken. As on all such occasions, many acts of violence were committed. When the strikers learned that men were being slipped into the shops, they were very wroth. Now and then one of the strikebreakers would stray away from the shops. They were fortunate indeed if they did not fall into the hands of the pickets, for if they did, and which was usually the case, they were badly beaten. Of course, we always attempted to prevent the men going out after they were once inside of the enclosure, knowing what they would be up against, but we were not always successful in keeping them inside. On the second day after we had retaken the shops, a coach painter named Haller, who had been employed at the shops for several months, and who was at home at the bedside of a sick wife when the strike was called, showed up at the shops and resumed work. At quitting time that evening, he picked up his dinner bucket and started down the track to Jefferson Avenue, as had been his custom. On arriving at Jefferson Avenue, he was approached by a number of pickets, who remonstrated with him for going to work. "I cannot afford to loaf now, as my wife has been sick a long time," said Haller. "Besides, I am satisfied with the wages I am receiving and intend to keep on working," and started up Jefferson Avenue towards his home, which was in the 2600 block on either Franklin or Easton Avenues. The pickets began to assault him with rocks and clubs, and he sought to escape them by running. At every step, almost, the ranks of the mob were augmented. As Haller ran past the strikers' headquarters, which were in Utopia Hall at Walnut and Jefferson Avenues, a crowd of several hundred joined in the chase. The long run up the hill had winded Haller. Besides, he had been weakened by the blows which had been showered upon him. Seeing that he could not make his escape on account of his weakened condition, he backed up against a brick building at the northwest corner of the street named and stopped. A big bully rushed up to him and struck him, whereupon Haller jerked out a revolver and shot his assailant, who dropped dead in his tracks. This stopped the mob from doing further violence to him. The police from the Mounted District rushed to the scene and placed Haller under arrest. No attempt was made to arrest any of the mob. Later in the evening, he was removed to a cell in Central Station, from which the company's officials, at my request, secured his release on bond. He was later acquitted by a coroner's jury, and in a day or so thereafter was again back at work. After that, for quite a while, I sent a guard home with him each evening, but no attempt was made to molest him. This, I believe, was the only fatality growing out of the strike in St. Louis. Mr. Haller is now a prosperous businessman in St. Louis and is highly respected by all who know him. Thursday afternoon, the big crane at the shops was rigged up for business, and under the guidance of skilled men in my employ, ran out to the edge of the roundhouse pit, into which the strikers had dumped an engine, as referred to before in this article. This engine so blocked the turntable that not one of the company's engines in the roundhouse could be taken out. The engine was lifted out of the pit, and in a short time the turntable was in working order. That same evening, I decided to straighten out things at Pacific. To do this, I had made up my mind to place the ringleaders of the mob which had attacked the train there earlier in the week under arrest. I knew it would take quite a force of men to do this, so I instructed 20 of my men to assemble quietly in the neighborhood of St. Malachy's Church at 29th and Clark Avenues at 10 o'clock that night. They were to come to the rendezvous in ones and twos, and instructed to do nothing that would attract attention. I had an engine and caboose in waiting at the shops, and when the men had all assembled, they were marched to the caboose, and between 11 and 12 o'clock we started to Pacific. On arriving at the first cut east of the town, the little train was stopped and left in the cut under guard of the engineer and firemen, and 2 of my men. The engine carried no lights, and no sound had announced our arrival near the town. In fact, we approached it as quietly as possible. The men were divided into 2 squads, one headed by Billy Bonnell and the other by myself. We then marched into town and to the homes of the men wanted. They were aroused from their slumber and placed under arrest. We had no trouble, except at the home of a big blacksmith, who had been especially prominent in the riot at the Sandbin the day we ran the first train through the town after the strike had been called. He was soon subdued, however, and taken with the balance of the men arrested to the caboose, which had been left standing on the track near the edge of the town. Many of these men were still suffering from the blows they had received at the hands of the guards who were on the train they had attacked. Davis, the leader of the mob, who was hit on the head with a coupling pin by Marshal F. McDonald for attempting to derail the caboose of the train attacked, had his head still covered with bandages. After all the men had been arrested, we boarded the train with our prisoners and ran to Washington, where we loaded them into hacks and wagons and took them to Union, the county seat of Franklin County, where they were placed in jail. In due time they were tried before Judge C., and vigorously prosecuted by prosecuting attorney Gallenkamp, and all of them convicted. Davis, the leader, was given 3 years in the penitentiary, while the blacksmith and several others were let off with lighter terms, and the balance of the men, who proved to be mere tools of the leaders, at my suggestion, were given jail sentences. Davis, after entering the penitentiary, contracted consumption, and after serving a little over half his time, was pardoned so he might go home to die. He was released from prison one Saturday, returning to Pacific at once. The following Monday he died. 2 of the gentlemen connected with the trial of these strikers have since made reputations for themselves. Judge Gallenkamp, who prosecuted the cases, is now, and has been for several years, surveyor of the Port of St. Louis, while Judge C., who presided, has received high honors at the hands of the people of Oklahoma, his new home, he having served as governor at one time. Mr. W. K. Moore, whom I left in charge of Chamois, proved to be a valuable man for the company. He being a good engineer and machinist, he was retained there as general foreman for several years, until the division was removed to Jefferson City. He was then given an engine in the yards of the company at that point, but later resigned and moved to St. Louis, where he continued to reside until his death, which occurred a few years ago. The St. Louis strikers made their headquarters in Utopia Hall, Jefferson Avenue, and Walnut Street, and an ex-convict named Martin O'Neill usually presided over the meetings. I lived, at that time, at 2729 Walnut Street. My wife was very sick, being confined to her bed, and many of these strikers in going to and from their meetings always passed by the house, and never failed to jeer at the children if they happened to be in the yard, and otherwise conducted themselves in a rude manner. One striker, a tough switchman named Duffy, went so far as to enter the yard and ring the doorbell a couple of times when he knew I was not at home, and when the door was opened by my little daughter, had forced his way into the house. He would then let on as though he wanted to see me, telling my daughter that he knew all about a conspiracy to take my life, and his call was for the purpose of putting me on my guard. His story and rudeness always frightened my family very badly, they thinking that possibly there might be some truth in his story. I knew Duffy and his reputation as a general bad man, and knew he had no business with me. I also knew he was aware of my whereabouts during business hours, and I decided to put a stop to his visits at my private home at the first opportunity. As luck would have it, I was out the house the next time he called, one night about 10 o'clock. I had slipped home to spend a few moments with my sick wife, and had been in the house only a short time when the doorbell rang. My daughter saw him enter the yard from the window and called me. I answered the ring of the bell by opening the door and grabbing Duffy by the collar and jerking him inside. I at once went to work on him with both fists. He was either too cowardly or his surprise was too great for him to make any resistance. After I had given him a few good stiff jabs, he began to beg for his life. "I am not going to kill you, you cur," I rejoined, "but I am going to teach you better than to come to my home." And I lit into him again. After punching him until I was tired, I let up. I then issued a few orders for the cowering wretch's guidance in the future, and also sent a message to his followers, couched in about the following language. "You people can go up and down this street, of course, but don't any of you let me catch you on this side of it. Another thing, I will get the next one of your cowardly curs who jeers at this house again while passing. I don't want any of you to ever even look at my house. If you do, and I find it out, there will be trouble." After making him promise to deliver the message, I again grabbed him by the collar, and pulling the door open, booted him into the street. I always gave Duffy credit for delivering the message, for that gang always behaved themselves when passing the house thereafter, and always kept to the other side of the street. St. Louis was not the only scene of rioting and mob violence during the strike. At Sedalia, where the main engine building plant of the company is located, and where about 2,000 machinists and other shopmen were employed, conditions were very bad. Sedalia was also the headquarters of the operating department of the Katy, one of the Gould properties, and a division point for all Missouri Pacific lines at that time running through Missouri. In fact, it was what might be called a railroad town. It was also the main headquarters of the strikers. The Knights of Labor were very strong, even most of the businessmen of the city belonging to the order. The strikers had their own way for several days. Each attempt on the part of Superintendent Sibley to move trains was the signal for rioting. To illustrate the boldness of the strikers, I will relate one incident. Adjutant General J.C. Jameson of Governor Marmaduke's staff had been sent to Sedalia to investigate conditions there. He went to the yards and, with 2 police officers, boarded an engine, attached to a train, which the officials were attempting to get out of the yards. The engine was given steam and the train started. Before it had gone 100 yards, however, a mob climbed aboard the engine, stopped the train, uncoupled the engine from the train, put on steam, and ran the engine down the Katy track about 2 miles. And after letting all the water out of the boiler, ran the engine back to the yards and into the roundhouse. No attempt was made to harm the adjutant general and the police officers by the mob. Immediately on the arrival of the captured engine at the roundhouse, the leaders of the mob, who proved to be John Perry and Fred Page, 2 of Martin Iron's most trusted lieutenants, were placed under arrest by Chief of Police Barnett of Sedalia and a couple of his officers. The arrest caused one of the worst riots ever witnessed in the little city. The men were finally locked up, however, by the plucky Chief of Police, but were soon released on bond. This riot caused a change of sentiment on the part of the businessmen, which up to this time had been with the strikers entirely, and within a few days enough volunteer guards had been secured to handle the situation. Traffic was then resumed on the roads. Many of the ringleaders were indicted by the grand jury, but none of them were tried, they being allowed to leave the county. At Kansas City, Parsons, Denison, Fort Worth, Palestine, Little Rock, and many other places, much rioting was indulged in by the strikers, and much property was destroyed, and worse, several lives were sacrificed. Martin Irons, after the strike, was completely deserted by the men whom he had led, and became a wanderer and an outcast, a veritable human derelict. His constitution had become so weakened by the excessive use of liquor that he could not hold a job as a machinist, although he was a good workman. He then tried lecturing, but in this he was not successful. Later he opened a lunch counter at Kansas City. This enterprise was also a failure. He finally wandered down into Arkansas and one morning was found dead in a hovel. Never was the biblical admonition, "As ye sow, so shall ye reap," more plainly illustrated than in the case of poor Martin Irons. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Melanie Young.
Chapter 31 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 31. Why I Oppose Rewards. It often is an incentive for unscrupulous officers to convict innocent persons. Rule regarding divorce cases. I do not believe in rewards, and in all my long career have made it a rule to never work for or receive one, no matter how great the amount offered for the arrest and conviction of the guilty party or parties, this being the usual way the heading of a reward is written. Nor do I believe in or engage in procuring evidence in divorce cases. However, I can see no objection to the offering of a reward for the apprehension or capture of a fugitive who is known to have committed a certain crime against the law, and for whom a warrant has been issued. And I believe the detective or any other person who makes the arrest would have the right to accept such reward. Where the reward is offered for the arrest and conviction of some person for a crime that has been committed and the guilty party or parties is unknown, I, from personal experience, have been led to the belief that the offering of a reward, especially a large reward, is an incentive for unscrupulous people, and especially unscrupulous officers of the law, to fasten the crime on some unfortunate or perhaps some dishonest or undesirable citizen, which can be found in almost any community, in order to obtain the reward. These unfortunate people are easier to convict of a crime than persons who have always borne a good reputation. Then again, the offering of a reward for criminals whose identity is unknown tends to keep a certain class of people from divulging facts that they may know, which might, if properly utilized, lead to the identity, arrest, and conviction of the perpetrators of the crime for which the reward was offered. To make it more plain, when a crime has been committed and no reward is offered, this same class of people are more liable to come out from under cover and tell what they know about the facts in their possession, believing them of no material value to the officers engaged in running down the culprit. Experienced detectives have been very often handicapped by reason of a reward having been offered, and for this reason I have always made it a rule to pay no attention to rewards. While I am satisfied that it is in many cases necessary for the purification and preservation of society to thoroughly investigate divorce cases, as it is to apprehend and convict people who have committed a theft or other crimes, by reason of the fact that there are so many crooked and unscrupulous men who claim to be detectives and who make the divorce business their specialty, in order to elevate myself and my service from the level of this class of people, I formed a rule at the beginning of my career not to have anything to do with divorce cases. This rule I have always rigidly enforced. End of Chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 32. Of 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 32. Why I am opposed to hanging. Aversion to this mode of execution was caused by an incident which happened at Belleville, Illinois, years ago, through the trap with a murderer. In my younger days, I was a firm believer in hanging as a means of capital punishment, but I do not hold the same views now, and have not for a long time. As my friends have often asked me what caused me to change my mind on this matter, I am now going to take them into my confidence and tell them all about it. Several years ago, I had some important business to transact with Sheriff Ropaquette of St. Clair County, Illinois. I went to his office in the courthouse at Belleville. The deputy in charge informed me that the sheriff was over in the jail yard putting the finishing touches to arrangements for hanging a Negro named Johnson, who had been convicted of killing his wife in a most brutal manner. The deputy further informed me that if my business was important, I had better go to the jail at once, as the sheriff would probably be too busy later to see me until after dinner. Acting on this tip, I at once went to the jail and was admitted. The sheriff told me he was too busy at the time to attend to the business, and would be until after the hanging, and invited me to witness the execution, which was to take place in a few moments. I cared nothing about this, as the witnessing of executions had long since ceased to be a novelty to me. But under the circumstances, I accepted the invitation. The scaffold had been erected in the yard surrounding the jail. The platform, which was about 8 feet square, rested on 4 upright posts about 6.5 feet from the ground. The trap door, which was about 3 feet square, was located in the center of the platform and fastened to one end by 2 hinges, opening downward. The other end was fastened to the underside by a bolt or trigger, by pulling of which would allow the body to drop down through the platform. On the center of the trapdoor was a soap box, on which the culprit was to stand while awaiting the arranging of the noose, one end of which ran around a pulley fastened to a crossbeam above the platform, so that the rope could be adjusted to the proper length. A stairway about 3 feet wide had been built from the ground to the platform. Within a few minutes, the sheriff and condemned man, accompanied by a priest and a deputy sheriff, appeared at the door leading from the jail to the yard in which the execution was to take place. As they marched toward the scaffold, the sheriff commanded me to join the procession, which I did, following the party up the stairway to the platform. The condemned man appeared cool and walked with a firm step. I took a position to the right of him, while the sheriff stood at his left. The priest and deputy stood just back of us. After the man who was about to be hanged had taken his position on the box on the trap, he was asked if he had anything to say, as is usual on such occasions. The Negro made a complete confession of his guilt, but claimed that the drinking of bad whiskey was the real cause of his committing the crime, and admonished all within the hearing of his voice to beware of strong drink. At the conclusion of his talk, the deputy bound his legs and tied his hands behind him, while the sheriff adjusted the black cap. The Negro had an exceedingly long head and neck, and as a result the cap did not cover all of his neck, there being a space of an inch or two between the bottom of the cap and the top of his coat collar. Just as the sheriff placed the noose around the condemned man's neck, but before the officers had time to tighten the rope, it came in contact with the bare place on the Negro's neck, and he fainted. The sheriff grabbed one arm, and I the other, to keep the fainting man from falling from the platform. In doing this, we both stepped on the trap. The deputy became rattled and pulled the trigger at this moment, and all three of us started down through the trap together. Now the sheriff was a very large man, and I was no infant myself. So when all three of our bodies reached the level of the platform, we became wedged in the opening. The noose had become taut, just enough to strangle the Negro a little, and he commenced to kick and squirm. Finally, his body squeezed on down, relieving the pressure on the sheriff and me, and we both, too, fell through to the ground. We were not harmed, and were soon on our feet. Because of the fact that the rope had not been adjusted to the proper length, the Negro's toes touched the ground, thus preventing the breaking of his neck. He strangled to death, however, in a few minutes. Since this incident, I have been opposed to hanging as a means of capital punishment. End of Chapter 32. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 33. A 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 33. A Crooked Doctor's Crime. Arrest of the culprit and his cunning attempt to put his captor out of the way in an effort to make his escape. In 1873, Mrs. Boardman, a widow woman with a large family of grown children, resided on a small farm in Venango County, Pennsylvania, a few miles east of Oil City. She became acquainted with a Hebrew doctor who called himself Dr. Solomon Steinman. He practiced medicine for a short time in and about Rouseville, Pennsylvania. There were a number of producing oil wells on Mrs. Boardman's farm, and she, from the royalty obtained from the products of these wells, had accumulated quite a sum of money. The doctor, representing himself as a bachelor, managed to grow into the good graces of the widow, notwithstanding the fact that she was the mother of two sons, who were almost as old as himself. In a remarkably short space of time, the doctor succeeded in obtaining $10,000 of the widow's money, having represented to her that he would invest it for her in property that would yield fabulous profits. But instead of making the investment, he quite suddenly left for parts unknown. The widow's sons, on hearing that their mother had been swindled, reported the matter to me, I being chief of police of Oil City. They requested me to locate and cause the arrest of the doctor on the charge of obtaining money under false pretense. I undertook the task of learning his whereabouts, and it seemed impossible to get any trace of him. He had disappeared from his boarding house, telling no person of his intention of leaving, and no trace could be found that would indicate where he had gone. He was at his boarding house for supper on the evening of his departure, and quietly left after eating his evening meal, as though he was going to a cigar store or a barber shop, leaving what wardrobe he had, grip and other articles in his room, and disappeared as effectually as though the ground had opened up and engulfed him. The evening trains had all left the town before he had left his boarding house, so that he was obliged to have left the town on foot. No one around Rouseville had ever seen a picture of him. He was a small man, dark complexioned, about 45 years of age, 5 feet 6 inches in height, and weighed about 130 pounds, was smooth-shaven, had black curly hair sprinkled with gray, and had a decided Hebrew countenance. About 5 months after his disappearance, in looking over one of the morning papers, I noticed a short article giving an account of a Dr. Lewis who had been arrested on the charge of malpractice at Bay City, Michigan, the day before. This article gave a minute description of the man arrested, and from this description, which answered the one that I had of Dr. Steinman, I concluded that I had found the person I was looking for. I took the first train to Bay City and found Dr. Lewis in his office, he having been released on a $2,500 cash bond, which he had placed in the hands of the committing magistrate. I also learned that the man giving the name of Dr. Lewis was none other than Dr. Steinman. He had already been indicted in Venango County, Pennsylvania, for obtaining money under false pretense, and the prosecuting officer of Bay City being willing to surrender him to me, I had no trouble in obtaining the necessary requisition papers. After getting the papers, I left Bay City with my prisoner. I searched him carefully and took charge of all his personal effects. We took the train for Detroit, Michigan, arriving there in the afternoon. I locked him up in the police station until 10 o'clock that evening, when I took him to the dock and boarded a steamer for Cleveland, Ohio. It was the old steamer Northwestern, and our stateroom was on the upper deck pretty well forward. We left Detroit about 10:30 o'clock that night, and were due to arrive at Cleveland in the morning between 4 and 5 o'clock. We retired about midnight. I assigned the upper berth to the prisoner, while I occupied the lower. As I said before, I had searched him thoroughly before leaving Bay City. About 2 o'clock in the morning after leaving Detroit, I dozed off to sleep when I suddenly awakened and smelled the strong odor of chloroform. The stateroom was dark, but I reached up towards the upper berth and my hand came in contact with the doctor's. He was holding a cone that he had made from a towel and had reached down from his berth and was holding this cone over a 4-ounce bottle of chloroform and was trying to put me to sleep for good. But the first breath that I had inhaled after he had placed the chloroform over my face aroused me. I grabbed his arm, pulled him out of his berth onto the deck in front of the room, and would have thrown him into Lake Erie were it not for the fact that he yelled at the top of his voice and aroused the lookout on duty at the forward end of the vessel, and also the wheelman, both of whom reached us in time to prevent me from drowning the doctor. If I had carried out my intention of throwing him overboard, nothing could have saved him from drowning. I then made him dress himself and took him down to the forecastle, where the captain placed 2 of the crew to guard him until we arrived in Cleveland. I have never learned how or where the doctor secured the bottle of chloroform, as I had searched him thoroughly, and I'm positive he did not have it on him when we left Bay City, and have come to the conclusion that he must have secured it while he was in the lockup at Detroit. Of course, I did not search him there. During the Civil War, on December 20th, 1861, I received a gunshot wound above the right knee at the Battle of Drainesville, Virginia, and before the doctor began to dress the wound, he administered chloroform to me. The after effects of the stuff were very disagreeable, and I did not get over it for a long time, and resolved that I would never again take chloroform under any circumstances. I really suffered more from the nasty stuff than I did from the wound. This, I presume, accounts for the shock the odor of the chloroform produced on me. I arrived with the prisoner at Oil City in due time. He was tried at the first term of court thereafter, and convicted and sentenced to the penitentiary for a term of 10 years. I succeeded in locating and recovering nearly $5,000 of the money the doctor had fraudulently secured from the widow. This was returned to her by due process of law. End of Chapter 33. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 34 of 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 34. Capture of a Clever Swindler. Sam Bernard's unique method of defrauding the railroads. How he did the work. His conviction after a long chase. Between the years of 1870 and 1876, the railroads of this country had been swindled time after time by some unknown person changing the address on an invoice of goods after it had reached the railroad office. This was done on an order which purported to come from the firm which had shipped the goods. In February of 1876, a shipment of gentlemen's dress goods was sent to A. Alden and Company of Franklin, Pennsylvania, by Brock and Weiner of Buffalo. The consignment was valued at $721.19. A few minutes after the goods had been delivered at the freight office, a man entered and told the agent that the boxes had been marked with the name of the wrong town, that they should go to Corry, Pennsylvania, instead of Franklin. The agent demanded an order from the firm before making the change. The pretended clerk wrote out the order, signing the firm name to it, and the address. Corry was substituted for that of Franklin. This being done, the supposed clerk went to Corry. Here he pretended that he was a merchant from New York, and that he was to open an auction store in the town. The merchant tailors did not like to have their trade injured in this manner, so offered to buy the goods. The pretended merchant sold them at a much reduced price, and received a check for $359.60. He endorsed the check with A. Alden's name, thus adding forgery to his other crimes. Then the case was given to me. 2 weeks went by without a clue to the swindler. I found that other detectives had been hunting for a man who had played the same game in other cities, but the culprit had guarded himself so well that even his real name was unknown. From the descriptions obtained, and from his general manner of operation, it was known that the same person had been operating on all the roads where this swindling had occurred. One day, while in Buffalo, I chanced into a cigar store. At this time, the newspapers were full of the swindle, and some of the people in the store were discussing the affair. An old gentleman who was among those present said that a young man who had been employed in the same store with himself about 6 years previously had swindled his employers in the same manner. This was in Rochester. I took the hint, and after questioning the old man, I found that the name of his former working companion was William Bernard. I went to Rochester, and while there obtained the names of some of his acquaintances, and finally found a photograph of him. The description given me by the detectives tallied with the photograph of Bernard. I therefore made up my mind that Bernard was the man I wanted. After further inquiry, I found that relations of Bernard lived in Detroit, Michigan. I went there and obtained information as to the whereabouts of the swindler. I followed him through Montreal, Canada, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Toledo, Chicago, to St. Louis. He was known in all these places as Jew Harry. It seemed that it was impossible to find a detective in any one place who had not at some time or other been on Bernard's tracks. On my arrival in St. Louis, June 26, 1876, I went to the office of Chief of Police McDonough at once. I told him who I was and that I had information which led me to believe that Bernard had worked in St. Louis. When the chief, who was very portly and somewhat gruff, heard this, he straightened up in his chair and said, "It is impossible. That fellow would not dare to come to St. Louis. He would be afraid. He knows he could not work any such game in this town. My police would be sure to get him." I then told the chief that I had reason to believe that Bernard had been in St. Louis within the last few days. This idea the chief fairly ridiculed. Just at this moment, a rather elderly man entered the office in a very excited manner. He had brown hair streaked with gray and wore short sideburns, or Galways, as they are sometimes called. He asked if he could see the chief for a few minutes, so I at once rose to leave the office. The chief told me to remain, then asked the visitor to state his business. He told the chief that his name was H.M. Smith and that he was a pawnbroker in business at 8th and Morgan Streets. He then went on to say that a man giving the name of Solomon, representing that he was from Cleveland, Ohio, had called on him a few days previous. He had represented himself as a pawnbroker and had presented the business card of Solomon and Company of Cleveland. Mr. Smith told him that he knew of the firm but never had the pleasure of meeting a member of it. Solomon then told Smith that he had a nephew who had been in business with him for years, but that he had gone out west in the mining district of Colorado and opened up a pawn shop of his own. There was then a large demand for revolvers and pistols of heavy caliber, and that he had ordered about $2,000 worth of heavy caliber guns and ammunition from the Simmons Hardware Company of St. Louis. After he had placed the order with the request that it be packed and shipped immediately, he had received a telegram from his nephew, stating that he had gotten into trouble and had been forced to leave the country, and therefore could not take the order from Simmons. He requested Solomon to call at Simmons and cancel the order. The Simmons people informed Solomon that as the firearms were already packed and in the freight house preparatory for shipping, they could not cancel the order. Solomon then said to Smith, "I have no use for these pistols and guns, and I can't ship them to my nephew in Colorado since he has left there. I will have these goods brought up to your store, and you can examine them. Then if you find them just as I have represented, I will let you have them at your own price. You can easily sell them and make some money on them." Mr. Smith assented. Solomon then went and got a drayman and had the firearms brought to Smith's office from the freight depot. Solomon got there about the time the goods did and had the cases opened. Smith found the goods were just as Solomon represented, so he told Solomon that he would give him $1,100 for them, which was about half their value. Solomon, with tears in his eyes, accepted Smith's check for that amount and left for parts unknown. On the morning of my arrival, and while I was talking to Chief McDonough, Smith had received by mail a bill for the goods from Simmons Hardware Company, which extended to him the privilege of discounting the bill, and that upon making immediate payment he might deduct the usual %. Whereupon Mr. Smith called upon the Simmons Hardware Company, and was there informed that a man resembling him very much had called there and selected the bill of goods, and had also presented Smith's business card. They thought it was Mr. Smith, and upon finding him all right formerly, had unhesitatingly packed and shipped the goods as directed. Smith and Bernard looked very much alike, wearing the same style of beard and having about the same complexion. Smith's description of Solomon, who was really Bernard, was very accurate, and finally wound up by saying that Solomon looked enough like him to be his younger brother. While Smith was telling the chief this story, I was listening, and when he began to describe Solomon, I asked the chief if I might be permitted to ask Mr. Smith a few questions. "Why, certainly," replied the chief. "Do you think," I then said to Smith, "that you would know this man Solomon if you should see him again?" "Surely," answered Mr. Smith. "I would know him anywhere." I then took Bernard's picture from my wallet and asked Smith if that resembled Solomon. He threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Why, that is him! That's an excellent picture of him." I then turned to the chief and said, "Chief, it seems that Bernard was not afraid to come to St. Louis after all." I then got busy and learned that Bernard had left St. Louis over the Burlington and had gone to Quincy, Illinois, a few days before my arrival. I then took the first train for Quincy. There I learned of a similar swindle with a case of goods shipped to Edina, Missouri. I left at once for Edina, where the freight agent informed me that a man named Solomon, and answering to the description of Bernard, had called for a case of goods, but the agent, who was a relative of the party to whom the goods had been originally consigned, had refused to deliver them until presented with some identification. Just about this time I received word that Solomon was walking out of town. I pursued him, arrested him, and brought him back to town. At first he denied everything, even his photograph, but finally consented to go with me when I brought out other proofs. I at once applied for the requisition from the authorities. After the capture of Bernard at Edina by me, Bernard's lawyer insisted that he could not be taken to Pennsylvania while he stood charged with a felony in Missouri. Therefore, when he made his plea, I telegraphed a friend in St. Louis to employ a good criminal lawyer and have him report to me at Edina. My friend employed Colonel Nat C. Claiborne of St. Louis. At the same time, I wired Mr. Smith to come at once, or send his son, Sam, to Edina, for the purpose of identifying Solomon. In due time, both Sam Smith and Colonel Claiborne arrived in Edina. Colonel Claiborne was an old citizen and was well known all over the state. He was acquainted with the judge of Knox County, and had him convene a special term of court and impanel a special grand jury. I arranged to have witnesses appear before the grand jury, which immediately indicted Bernard for the Edina swindle, Colonel Claiborne assisting the prosecuting attorney at Edina for the state. Bernard was convicted and sent to the penitentiary at Jefferson City, Missouri, for 4 years. I accompanied him to Jefferson City, where I procured a duplicate of the receipt for the body of Bernard from the warden at the Missouri Penitentiary, and previously a certified copy of the proceedings at the trial and conviction in Knox County, which I turned over to the officers of the Allegheny Valley Railroad on my return to Pittsburg. This satisfied them, but not so well as if I had extradited Bernard and brought him back to Pennsylvania for trial. I omitted to say that on the night that Sam Smith arrived in Edina from St. Louis, that the small hotel was filled to overflowing, and the landlord was obliged to assign Smith to my room, which was in the front of the second story, just over the office. At 10 o'clock that night, just as Smith and I had retired to our room, preparatory to turning in for the night, a shower of missiles, such as rocks, stones, and pistol shots, were fired through the window of our room from the opposite side of the street. Upon investigation, I found that Bernard had enlisted the cooperation of some sympathizers through a lawyer in the town, whom he had employed to defend him, and at the instance of whom this mob was formed with a view of frightening Smith and myself and the other witnesses who were to appear in the case out of town. We were so badly frightened that we did not leave town until Bernard had been tried and convicted, and when we left, Bernard left with us. End of chapter 34. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 35 of 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 35. Long Hunt for a Defaulter. Incidents connected with the arrest of E.T. Simmons, which is accomplished after much hard work. His conviction. In 1873, E.T.H. Simmons was employed as bookkeeper in the Oil City Savings Bank at Oil City, Pennsylvania. Simmons was about 28 years of age and married. He had borne a good reputation, was cultured, pleasant, and mild-mannered, and also known to be very industrious, and his associates were the best young people in the community. By perseverance and his strict attention to business, he had risen from a messenger boy in the bank to head bookkeeper. He married a young and handsome lady who was an adopted daughter of a prominent citizen of Oil City by the name of Hiram Hogue. This young woman had been raised by her adopted parents in luxury and was stylish and naturally extravagant. After her marriage to Simmons, her extravagant habits seemed to increase, to the extent that her husband's salary was not large enough to supply her demands. His affection for her and his desire to satisfy her every wish led him to steal the funds from the bank. At first he took the money in small amounts, which he covered by falsifying the accounts. The authorities of the bank noticed that there was something wrong in the accounts and immediately and quietly employed the services of an expert accountant, unbeknown to Simmons, the head bookkeeper. On the morning that the expert accountant appeared at the bank and took charge of the books, Simmons suddenly feigned illness and left the bank for his home, from which he immediately disappeared for parts unknown, his wife remaining in her home in Oil City. Mr. Mulweeney, president of the bank, promptly engaged the services of what was then considered the greatest detective agency in the United States to locate and apprehend Simmons. However, the operatives of the detective agency referred to, after a number of months had been consumed and a large amount of expense incurred by them, had failed to locate the fugitive. Finally, the president, Mr. Mulweeney, requested me to try and locate Simmons. In the meantime, Simmons' wife had quietly left Oil City, unbeknown to any person outside of the family who had raised her, it being but natural for that family to keep her whereabouts a secret. I undertook the case only after the earnest entreaty of President Mulweeney. As a matter of fact, I thought that the bank authorities should have applied to me in the first place, after Simmons had disappeared, and before they had engaged the detective agency. By reason that the then far-famed detective agency had incurred an enormous bill of expenses and finally failed, I bent all my energy towards the task, and succeeded in a remarkably short space of time in tracing Simmons' movements from the time he left Oil City. I found that he had gone to New York City, found there that he had boarded a ship for Panama, Central America, and learned there that he had crossed the isthmus to Aspawal, and again boarded a ship from there to San Francisco. At San Francisco he landed, I learned, and had gone across the bay to Oakland, California, where he engaged lodgings. And a short time after having arrived there, he had obtained a position on board a steamship as assistant purser. The ship was then plying between San Francisco and Victoria, British Columbia. I also ascertained that a wealthy old bachelor uncle of Simmons resided in San Francisco, and was a large stockholder and director in the steamship line by which Simmons was employed as assistant purser. I afterwards learned that it was through the influence of this uncle that Simmons had secured the position with the company. This uncle was about 70 years of age, and was what was known as a 49er. He was among the earliest of the mine prospectors who had gone overland to California in the year 1849. At the conclusion of my investigation, I found that the steamship on which Simmons was an officer was due to arrive in San Francisco a few days later. In the meantime, I ascertained that Simmons' wife had joined her husband in Oakland, and that they had fitted up a comfortable little cottage in the suburbs of that town. So I quietly awaited the arrival of the ship Mr. Simmons was employed on. In due time, the ship arrived, and I took up a position where I could plainly see everyone that left the ship. Finally, after all the passengers had left, the officers began to leave the ship for their homes, and among them I noticed E.T.M. Simmons. Simmons had changed his uniform for a suit of plain business clothes, and it being after dark in the evening, I had but little trouble in following him unobserved. I shadowed him until he reached his residence on 10th Street in Oakland, where he was met at the door by his wife and his mother, who appeared to be on a visit at his home. I then withdrew and learned that the ship would remain in port 48 hours. The following morning I took a train from Oakland to Sacramento, California, for the purpose of procuring the necessary requisition papers, which would authorize me to arrest and convey Simmons from California back to Venango County, Pennsylvania, as the authorized agent for the state of Pennsylvania. This I accomplished in a few moments, having already procured all the necessary papers, with the exception of the signature of the governor of California. I returned to Oakland the same day. At about 10 o'clock, after first having ascertained that Simmons was at his home, I, accompanied by Detective James Coffey of San Francisco, whom I had requested to assist me, approached Simmons' cottage. I requested Officer Coffey to ring the front door bell while I took up a position on the porch at the back door. Coffey, as instructed, vigorously rang the front door bell. When Simmons, who had gone to bed, heard the bell, he at once sprang from his bed, and wrapping his clothes in a bundle, not waiting to put them on, ran to the back door, hastily opened it, and ran headlong into my arms. I heard him instructing his wife or mother as he left his room not to open the front door until he had time to get out of the back door. This cottage being in the suburbs, there was a large open space of grounds at the rear of the cottage, which was thickly covered with live oak trees, and if Simmons had succeeded in getting away from the cottage and among the live oaks, he would have effectually been hidden by the dense foliage, and would in all probability have made his escape. We at once took him to San Francisco, and by reason of my having known him so well and favorably, I did not lock him up, but instead took him to my room, where I kept him until train time, when we took the Oakland train for Omaha, Pittsburg, and Oil City, where we arrived in due time and safe, with but a single incident of importance on the trip. Before leaving San Francisco, I told Simmons that if he would stay close to me during our trip homeward, I would not place him in irons, and that no person on the train, not even the crew, would know that he was a prisoner. He agreed to this, and everything went along swimmingly until after midnight on the second night out of San Francisco. Simmons and I occupied a lower single berth in the Pullman. Simmons was sleeping next to the window, and I occupied the side next to the aisle. I had made it a rule not to let Simmons go to sleep, and kept talking to him just as long as I could keep awake myself. The result was that Simmons got to the point that he was ready to drop into slumber as soon as I would allow him to do so by stopping talking to him. In those days I could stand the loss of sleep if it was necessary. On the second night, as I said while I was feigning sleep, I noticed Simmons was also playing possum. Finally, he quietly turned the bedspread down off of himself, and then noiselessly took his wearing apparel from the hammock which was above him, and proceeded to creep over me into the aisle with his clothes under one arm. I lay perfectly quiet and did not disturb him until he had succeeded in reaching the aisle, when I suddenly grabbed him by one of his limbs and threw him back into the berth. He strenuously denied that he was trying to escape, and protested that he was merely restless, and thought he would sit up a while and not disturb me. But as a matter of fact, he was really attempting to escape from the train. This occurred in a desert in Utah, but after that he behaved himself and made me no further trouble. After we arrived in Oil City, he was locked in the county jail in default of bail, and when his case was called, he pleaded guilty to the charge of embezzlement and was sentenced by the Honorable John M. Trunke at Franklin, Pennsylvania, to a term of 10 years in the Western Penitentiary of Pennsylvania, which is at Allegheny City. However, after he had pleaded guilty and received his sentence, and before he had been taken to the penitentiary, he received a letter from his wife, written from Oakland, California, in which she coolly and heartlessly informed him that as he had pleaded guilty to a charge of felony and had been sentenced to a term in prison, that she had decided to avail herself of her legal privilege under the existing conditions and apply for a divorce from him, which the law would grant her on the ground that he was a convicted felon, and that she had made up her mind to marry his wealthy old uncle, the 49er, who had procured Simmons his position on the steamship. She immediately proceeded to carry out her plans. She wound up her letter by saying that she would rather be an old man's darling than a felon's slave. The contents of this letter almost broke Simmons' heart. Every person in and about Oil City who knew him knew that it was through her extravagance and love of luxury that he had committed the crime. And when the contents of this letter became known, the sympathy of all who knew Simmons was aroused in his favor, and the best people in the community, including the officers of the bank whose funds he had embezzled, filed a petition with the governor of the state for a pardon for him. This petition was later signed by the prosecuting attorney and by Judge Trunke himself. Meanwhile, Simmons had been taken to the penitentiary, but he only remained there a short time until the governor of the state pardoned him. On his release, he went immediately to California to find his former wife, now the wife of his old uncle, and at once instituted proceedings for the custody of their child, which he easily obtained. The child was born a short time after his father's arrest, and Simmons had never seen his son. Simmons obtained employment in the passenger department of a large railroad company. This position he filled creditably for a number of years. His former wife visited Oil City about 2 years after her marriage to the second husband. She was accompanied by a couple of maids and a number of trunks, which contained many costly robes and gowns. During her stay in Oil City, she called on a number of her girlhood friends and acquaintances, but it so happened that they were all out when she called, and finding it impossible to meet them, she, as the soldiers say, hiked from Oil City, and so far as the writer knows, has never been heard of in that city since. End of Chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 36 of 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. 50 Years a Detective, 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong. Chapter 36. George Herzogg's Downfall. Facts regarding the conviction of an international and Great Northern baggage man of many crimes. Early in the 80s, the railroad companies of the Southwest were troubled very much by the continued receipt of complaints of passengers from all quarters of the United States, and some from foreign countries, and their filing claims for articles which had been stolen from their trunks and other baggage while in transit. The Iron Mountain Railroad Company and the International and Great Northern Railroad Company were both parts of the Gould system and formed a through and direct line between St. Louis, Galveston, and San Antonio, Texas in the winter season. Both Galveston and San Antonio were winter resorts, largely patronized by health seekers. The complaints became so numerous that they were turned over to my department for investigation. I took the matter up, and after a long and tedious investigation decided to pay especial attention to one George Hersogg, who was employed as train baggage master, running between Longview and San Antonio, Texas. In my investigation, I had noticed that nearly every case of lost articles from baggage were traced to the train on which Hersogg was baggage master. Therefore, I concluded to test him first. Hersogg occupied a room in a private boarding house when at Longview, where he had a 24-hour layover. I sent one of my operatives, George Herbert, to Longview, who represented himself as a railroad man, and he secured a room in the same boarding house where Hersogg was stopping. After remaining there for a few days, Herbert became acquainted with Hersogg and with his runs, and when he would be absent from his room. Having accomplished this, Herbert became indisposed, and for that reason was compelled to remain in his room for a few days. In the meantime, impressions of certain keyholes had been taken, and a number of skeleton keys had been sent to Herbert at Longview. He had noticed that Hersogg had two rather large trunks in his room, and when the proper opportunity presented itself, he examined the contents of Mr. Herzogg's trunks, unbeknown to the inmates of the boarding house, and to Herbert's great surprise, he found in one of the trunks a silver-mounted Smith & Wesson pearl-handled revolver, which he immediately recognized as the property of the Honorable Joseph Harris, who at that time was circuit attorney for the city of St. Louis, but was in San Antonio for his health. Herbert also found a number of articles of jewelry, which he knew to be the property of Mrs. Harris. In this connection, I will say that Herbert had been a member of the St. Louis Police Department prior to his entering my service, and while there he had been on detached service at the circuit attorney's office, in which capacity he had acted for about 2 years, thereby meeting Mr. Harris daily and seeing his wife very frequently, and becoming familiar with both Harris's revolver and Mrs. Harris's jewelry. Upon the discovery of the revolver, Herbert promptly reported to me by wire code. Up to that time, we had had no report of the Harris robbery, and in fact did not know that Mr. Harris had gone to San Antonio. On receipt of Herbert's report, I at once got into communication with Harris at San Antonio, and he verified the loss of the articles which Herbert had reported he had found in the trunk of the baggage man at Longview. Herbert also found other articles, the loss of which had been reported from various sections of the country. The most valuable article was a diamond and emerald ring, which contained one large diamond and two small-sized emeralds. This ring was the property of a lady who lived in Peoria, Illinois, and who had gone over the route to San Antonio some months before the discovery of it in Hersogg's trunk. She valued the ring at about $800. We arrested Hersogg, and he was tried in due time, convicted, and served 4 years in one of the state prisons in Texas. Many of the stolen articles which were recovered were fully identified and returned to their owners. It developed that Hersogg had provided himself with skeleton keys of all sizes and styles. Having a whole baggage car to himself, he was thus able to open and inspect all the luggage at his leisure. He was afforded ample time between stations in which to loot the contents of the baggage car and strap and lock them up again, leaving no trace on the outside of the baggage having ever been tampered with. The capture and conviction of Hersogg was not only a source of relief to the Gould system, but was an equal relief to all connecting lines. The end. End of Chapter 36. Recording by John Brandon. End of 50 Years a Detective. 35 Real Detective Stories by Thomas Furlong.